Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show here on this lovely Sunday evening. Well, we've got a lot of people in the house tonight, and we'll kick off with Annette Sherlock, Stephen Richardson, Georgie, Susie Kay, Linda Neville, Linda Haycock, Alec Mack, Fluff, Philip Kerr, Dave Rimmer, Philip Kerr, said Philip Kerr twice. Stephen Richardson, better known as your friend Noggin. And, God almighty, he's always saying hi to each other. He's saying, I'm just losing my thread. And Craig Leach over there in Nova Scotia in Canada. So as the night goes on, I'll get through to you all. As you know, this unique show, good evening lady, this unique show happens every Sunday between 7 and 10. 3 hours of fantastic soul music, which is picked by you lovely lot called TeeBee's Soul Family. And tonight, we are going to kick off with one from Mr. Russ Wills, who will be celebrating tonight because Tottenham Hotspur won. This is the Impressions. It's out of the box. And it's called 10 to 1. That's what price you get on Spurs winning the league. Good evening, everybody.
No matter what I do.
Good evening, Sue and George Ellis.
I'm still on winning. You are.
Good evening, Groovy and Tino.
10 to 1.
Just guess, Linda.
There's no difference in what I say.
Cheers, Groove.
My eyes run the same old way. I just can't win.
Good evening, Alec Mack.
Loveliness, I guess.
Georgina.
My heart unto you, ma'am.
Good evening, Rochelle.
For being what I am, but
Jane Bloody Thompson's in the house.
Help myself.
You're welcome, Russ.
Your love is all I crave. That's why.
Good evening, Colin Pratt, better known as Peace and Chips, Peace and Crisps.
Knowing
Up there still, and how you doing, Colin?
I'll never share.
Stevie Boy 2's in the house, better known as Mr. Perusa. Subi, how you doing, Subi?
Cheers, everybody.
And it had
Hi, Georgie.
Hi.
Got some news about Georgie tonight.
Oh, excited.
Oh, it's exciting.
Odds on winning you, my love.
Too old.
Are
Good evening, Priscilla, how you doing?
2 1. 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 1.
Spurs winning the cup. Good evening, Mrs. O, how you doing? And Sean, I think Sean's working. Good evening, Mr. Smooth, better known as Robert Furness. This next one comes from a new subscriber from up there in Stirling. His real name is Colin Pratt, and he goes by the name of Peace and Chris on the Mixcloud page. And he joined us last week, and he subscribed to the show last week, and he's put his first request in for the show tonight. And he sent in the Enchanters, and I paid for the party, which is out of the box. Give me 5 more minutes, and we will be picking out 2 people to be pickers.
I paid for the party and heartache. Everyone had a good time.
You're welcome, Colin.
No one wanted the party to end, but the girl I love most was dancing too close with the guy I thought was my best friend. I paid for the party, teardrops. I paid for the party and heartache. Oh,
Good evening, Ruth Claire. How you doing, Ruth?
look at the love that I've lost. Now, yes, the love was born from the moment that I met still see them
300 beers.
dancing.
That'd be some night with you.
As
I don't know if I'd make 300.
alone on the floor. The look on her face said he'd taken my place. She could never be mine anymore.
Woo!
I paid for the party, teardrops. I paid for the party and
Cheers, everybody.
oh, what a terrible cost. Look at the love that I've lost. My love gone forever. Pay for the party, I know she's his forever. Pay for the party, no, she's his forever.
Good evening, Anne-Marie Gallagher. What a great tune. The Enchanters and I Paid for the Party. Sent in by Colin. Peace and Chris from up there in Stirling with his first request. Thank you, Colin. Next up, we move over to Kendal for a very nice gentleman called Mr. Steve Perusa. He has selected The Whispers. Will You Be Mine? Not tonight, Steve.
And each other. Open your eyes. I've just realized that I love you.
Very smooth from Mr.
So
Perusa.
much. I won't forget this night with you. I can't believe this love I found is true.
Good evening, Julie Holdsworth and that Dewsbury Soul Patrol. Ada and Harvey Lee in the house. How you doing, guys? Looking good, Ada, today.
Will you be mine? I want our love to last.
Nice one. Great niece called the Etta lady. It's nice to bring new members into the family, pal. £8, 3 ounce. She's a big girl.
I'll make things right with you.
Congratulations, Colin.
Here comes the day. Wish you could stay with me.
Find it hard to keep up with these places.
And I wanna say, this night with you, I can't believe this love I found is true. Will you be mine? And will you be mine when the night is gone? Will you be mine? I want.
Life is good, Stevie boy. It's good to know you caught it. Woo!
Will you be mine? And will you be mine when the night is gone?
Good evening, Mr. Jeffrey Campbell, down there in Nottingham.
I want our love to last.
Good evening, Mr. Paul Cullen. How you doing, Paul?
Will you be mine?
Woohoo!
And will you be mine when the night is gone? Will you be mine? I want our love to last. Will you be mine?
Oh, yeah.
And will you be mine when the night is gone?
Fantastic tune. I love that, Stevie. The great sound of The Whispers and Will You Be Mine from Mr. Steve Perusa, and it was out of the box, as was all the first three records. And just to give you an indication that there was 48 requests this week, and out of the 48 requests we have 5 that are Bob's. All the rest are out of the box. So now we come to the point where I pick out 2 people to be pickers on the show. And what happens is, when I pick out your name, I've got all your names in a hat here, and then I pick out your name, that means you're a picker, and you have to pick 2 tracks from tonight's show who you think should get gold stars. And then after the show, all you have to do is message me and tell me who the 2 gold star tracks you think you should get. Look who's out first, Georgie Saunderson. So you better be listening tonight. Georgie is one of the pickers tonight. You're a picker tonight, Georgie? Yes. Oh, and the other picker, well, I've just seen Susie K come on. Can Susie tell me if Keith's okay to be a picker tonight? And that'll be our 2 pickers tonight. If Keith can't do it, then I'll pick someone else out. So, we're moving on with the show. And next up, Mr. Smooth himself from down there in Ossett in Yorkshire has selected a brilliant tune that I've played many, many times. But this is a nicer version by the great man himself, Mr. Marvin Gaye. And his accomplice on the night was Beverly Knight. And the tune is called Abraham, Martin and John.
Has anybody here seen my old friend Abraham?
Motown, baby.
Can you tell me
It's out of the box.
he's gone?
Keith K's all ears. Thank you, Keith. You are a picker tonight, pal.
He freed a lot of people.
Pen and paper at the
but
ready,
it
Keith.
seems a good die young.
You're welcome, Robert. Love to Lynn.
I just looked around and he was gone.
Ed and George's choices.
Has anybody here
Seen my old friend.
seen my old friend John?
Out of the box from Mr. Smooth.
Can you tell me
Good evening, Miss Karen Parisi's in the house.
where he's gone?
How you doing, Karen? Woo!
You know,
He freed a lot of people,
Evening,
but it
Kaza.
seems the good die young. I just looked around and he was gone.
Brilliant tune, I love it.
Has anybody here seen my old friend Martin?
Real good, Karen, thank you.
Can you tell me where he's gone? You know he freed a lot of people, but it seems the good die young. I just looked around
This song.
and he was gone.
Going to be pestered all night now. I wish I never picked her name out.
And
This was picked by Mr. Robert Furness. Good evening, Johnny and Jellywood down in Barnsley. How you doing, guys? Sad news about your friend, pal. Sorry to hear it. We love you, Johnny and Jelly. It's okay, Mrs. O. You're not a picker. Not today. Maybe one other night, Mrs. O. I just love it, I know. It's one of those tunes.
has anybody here
Originally done by the Victors.
seen my friend Bobby? Can you tell me where he's gone? You know
he freed a lot of people, but it seems
evening, Terry and Susan up in Brecon. How you doing, guys?
Just looked around and they were gone.
They were gone, they were gone.
Well, now,
Oh, that's so sad, Johnny. Unbelievable, mate.
oh, I just looked around and they were gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I just looked around and they were gone. Love don't summer.
I just looked around and they were gone.
Brilliant, love it. Great version by Marvin Gaye and Beverly Knight. It was called Abraham, Martin and John, and it was requested by our good friend Robert Furness down there in Ossett. Yes, we've got our 300 show. I was working it out the other day about how many shows I've done since I started this, live shows obviously. And funny enough, this is my 300th live show. I've only ever not turned up on 2 Sunday nights. One I went to the football and the other one I was in Germany. So I'm not one of those DJs that say, oh, I'm not feeling very well tonight, I won't do the show. If I'm not feeling well, I want to do the show. So that's a good thing about TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show. You know what? Guaranteed to be here, 99% to be here every Sunday. So, good evening, Mr. Mike Dunn. How you doing, pal? So, thank you for the congratulations on my 300 show. Let's hope we have another 300. Another 6 years. Be fantastic. Next up, the lovely Sue B down there in Blackpool, and I'll really like this record. This was selected by Sue B.
Show how much you mean to me. The one thing
By Charlie Wilson.
that helps me keep my sanity.
It's called Forever Valentine.
So much
got a great
joy
vibe
and
to it. Love it.
energy. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. Light my fire, take your time, electrify.
No chance of that,
my
Ali.
loving. Cross my heart, hope to die. 'Tis the season for loving. One day out the year ain't enough for my baby. No, no, one day just ain't right. So will you be mine?
You're welcome, Sue B.
My forever Valentine.
Love it.
Come on, baby. Say you will and make me the happiest.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Fluff.
It ain't gotta be February to break out some whipped cream and strawberries. Ooh, you already know that my girl did what she want. Queen of this love, queen of my heart. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. Light my fire, take your time, electrify.
Thank you, lady.
my loving. Cross my heart.
That compliment's going to go down well, mate.
The season for loving. One day out the year ain't enough for my baby. No.
Thank you, Rochelle.
One day just ain't right.
Thank you, Linda.
So will you be mine?
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
My forever Valentine.
Good evening, Mr. Mick Murphy, better known as the Motown Man.
Make me the happiest.
Hope you had a good afternoon, Mick. Cheers, Terry. Look good enough for me, Hannah. Cheers, Mick. Mike.
Let me see him now. Come on. Ladies, if you're with the one you love, let me hear you sing away, away. And fellas, if you're with the one you love, then sing shabba-dubba-doo.
Hey, you're a good bunch of people, Keith. I'll be here forevermore. I'll picture you, I love it.
Come on, forever Valentine. Will you be mine? Ooh, I gotta know, baby. Will you be
Charlie Wilson and Forever Valentine, sent in by a lovely Shubi down there in Blackpool. Just a reminder, at 10 to 8 tonight we have the second My 3 Before 8 from a good friend Karen Miller-Corder. 3 fantastic tunes. So I'm looking forward to that. Next up we have one from a lovely little nurse down there in Liverpool, and I think she's off tonight. I can see her on the board early, so she stayed up late last week with us, Ruth Clare, but she eventually went to bed because she was working early in the morning. And the lovely Ruth has selected Miss Sharon Ridley, and it's called Changin' from 1978. It's a bit of a disco tune. I love a bit of disco. You're welcome, Ruth.
When we first met, we were always together, no matter what hour, what day of the weather. You gave me love with a capital L. You were always willing to suffer just to keep me well.
You're on the lash, Colin. Okay, good to know you're listening.
As time moved on, we both shared our toys.
Good evening, Mr. Albie Babby's in the house, and Wendy. How you doing, guys?
Then you took all of for granted and left it out to spoil. And now I feel it. I feel it changing. But don't change it. Your love just keeps on changing. Baby, I feel it. I can feel it all changing. But don't change it. Your love keeps changing on me. Now love day is ending. No more feelings to hide. The sun is going down, and the truth is the night. And now I see it in your eyes.
Out of the box from Ruth Clare.
The things you said to me
Oh yeah.
were really nothing but lies. Baby, I feel it when you touch me, when you move close to me. I feel your love
Good evening, Marco and the lovely lady Fiona.
feel it
Down in Winchester, I believe.
changing on.
Just flew over to visit family. How you doing, guys?
but I think it's over. Let's not take it too far and get best friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Whatever the future holds for me, I can't say I don't know, but I'm willing to face it. Try to start a new life for myself.
You're welcome, Ruth.
You want me to be someone else, so it's over between you and me, babe. I feel it. I feel it inside me. I can feel the tension whenever we're together. What I thought was love.
What a fantastic tune from the lovely Ruth Clare down in Liverpool. That was Miss Sharon Ridley, and it was called Changing from 1978. Next up, one from Blackpool with the lovely Annette Sherlock, who had selected Mr. David Ruffin and Everything's Coming Up Love. Out of the box. I like it. I love all the tunes, every one of them. I think there may be one I don't like tonight. Let's see if you can find what one it is. Missy's always good at my poker face.
Love is a flower that blooms in the springtime.
Oh, poor Pat. We love Pat.
Beneath the light of the moon in the springtime. In the springtime. We're grooving together like two turtle doves. Since I met you, baby, everything's coming up. Everything's coming up, oh, baby.
Yes, you're correct, Johnny. Mr. Keefy Key. Wee Keefy is one of the pickers tonight. You're welcome, Annette.
Sung by the birds and the bees in the springtime. In the springtime. Lovers are strolling, blue skies above. Dreams are unfolding, 'cause everything's coming up. Everything's coming up, love, baby. Love, 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 love. Girl, if you're thinking what I'm thinking of, bells will be ringing, 'cause everything's coming up. Oh, baby, yes it is.
Big Bo Diddley's in the house. How you doing, Glenn? You all right, mate?
Oh, baby, in the springtime. Stroll in the park after dark. Everything's coming up, love, baby. We're grooving
Sticky fingers, does he?
like two turtle doves.
Good evening, Cocky.
Since I met you, baby,
And Shaz, how you doing, guys? LC's bar's open.
everything's coming up, love, baby.
2 tracks, Keith. 2 tracks out of 48 tracks on the show. Well, 43 tracks, because 5 of them are Bob's. Another great out of the box track from lovely Annette Sherlock down in Blackpool by David Ruffin, and it was called Everything's Coming Up Love. Next out of the box from Mr. Philip Kerr. She is called Connie.
And over here,
It's called Tickle Box.
I'm smiling because you look good. I don't know what it is, but you just got me squirming. Come over here, baby. Laying down in my bed.
the box.
Alright,
Mr.
running
Philip
your
Kemp.
fingers all through my hair. Your body wanted me. So you moved a little closer, baby. Started kissing me in my neck.
Already, Josie. Stop.
Alright, I couldn't handle what you were bringing, baby, because it
Okay,
tickled too much. So I asked, boy, will I get too hot, baby? Will I? If you
Yeah.
tickle my tickle box, boy, my tickle box, boy, will I get too hot, baby? Will I? If you tickle my tickle box, if you tickle my tickle, I may seem a little ticklish, baby. You got me smiling too much. That's more reason for you to take it slow, boy. And you don't have to rush. Your flow plays a little different, baby. You like to change it up. I hope that you'll take it slow now, 'cause I don't like it rough. So I asked, boy, will I get too hot, baby? Will I? If you tickle my tickle box, boy, tickle my tickle box, boy, will I get too hot, baby? Will I? If you tickle my tickle box, if you tickle my tickle. You wanna wear my feet? Why are you kissing me on my neck like that? Ooh, right there too. It just seems like I haven't been touched in a mighty long time. Ooh,
It is, Philip, yes.
seems like it's been a mighty long time.
God, Chaz.
Ooh,
See, double act, Josie.
seems like it's been a mighty long time.
I don't know, Josie.
Will I get too hot, baby? If you tickle my tickle box, boy, will I get too hot, baby? If you tickle my tickle box, if you tickle my tickle, will I get too hot, baby? If you tickle my tickle box, boy, will I get too hot, baby? If you tickle my tickle box, if you tickle my tickle. Tick tock, you don't stop. Come on, tick tock, you don't stop. Tick tock, my tickle box. Hey, it's Miss Connie, y'all.
Good evening, Kathy, John Burts. How you doing, guys?
My tickle box.
Good to know she's okay, Kath.
Seems like it's been
Is that your lovely sister, Rebecca, at Gucci Gucci?
Ooh, seems like it's been a
COVID-19
mighty
cell.
long time.
You get well soon, Johnny boy. That was from our good friend, Mr. Philip Kerr, and it was called Connie. And it was by Connie, and it's called Tickle Box. And it was out of the box from Mr. Philip Kerr. How are you getting on, Georgie? Right. Let me just sort Georgie out, because this is my nightmare that always happens on a Sunday night. Georgie's phone just doesn't work for Georgie, and it does mine nothing. So what I've got to do is I've got to give her my phone. Just bear with me a second. Just talk amongst yourselves while I try and sort this mad woman of mine out. Right. While I'm trying to do this, I will let you know that at 10 to 8 tonight, the lovely Karen Miller-Corder will have her My 3 Before 8, which is a new feature on the show. Right, Georgia, are you sorted? Right, Georgia. Why me, Tommy Brown? Right, let me see where I go now. So she interrupts the show because nothing's worked for Georgie, and she messes up the flow of the show. I wish I'd never picked her as a picker now, but we'll get there. So that was Connie with Ticklebox and Philip Kerr out of the box. This next one comes from the lovely Jane Blundy Thompson. It's by Eddie Giles. It's called Losing Boy. It's out of the box.
I'm a losing boy, 'cause my baby is gone. I got the lovesick blues, so all I do is weep and moan. I have lost my chance and her romance, 'cause I'm a losing boy. I'm through with romance. Yes, I'm giving up love. I'm even through counting, yeah, the stars up above. I have lost my baby, and I don't mean maybe, so it makes me a losing boy. You don't know what this woman meant to me. My sympathy. I'm like Ray Charles. I guess I was born to lose. I'm a
I think she'll pass it that album, baby. She's not going to be technology.
I've lost you.
Yeah, it's good to know that Jane's back up in 5 weeks of misery. It's good to know you're back to full strength, Jane.
Now listen to me, honey. I'm through with romance. Yes, I'm giving up love. I'm even through counting. Yes, I am now. The stars up above. 'Cause I have lost my baby, and I don't mean baby. That makes me a losing boy. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nobody knows.
Out of the box from Jane Blundy Thompson.
Woman meant to me. Oh, if you did, you would say, Eddie, you have my sympathy.
Good evening, Ruth and Chris Gray, better known as Shit iPad and Her
I
Indoors.
guess I was born to lose.
Good evening, guys.
I've lost you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a losing boy. I've lost you.
Great tune, love it. Eddie Giles and Losing Boy from the lovely Jane Blundy Thompson down there in Nuneaton. And Jane's had a wee bit of a bad time lately, but all being good now and she's back to normal. Next up, what time have we got? 10 minutes till we have the lovely Casa Corders threesome before 8. This comes from Anne-Marie Gallia. Can't believe this has not been on the show before. This is Gloria Edwards. And my love keeps getting stronger. Out of the box.
It's true love and it's plain to see that my body's racked with pain.
Good evening, Sue.
And my tears are falling just like rain.
Good evening, John Grogan. How you doing, Grogan? You alright, mate?
Sometimes I think I can't go on. This feeling is as cold as stone. Yes, I can hardly speak. And my knees are getting kind of weak. But my love keeps getting stronger for you, baby. Oh, hey, I can't take it much longer. Not another day. Oh, but my love is getting stronger and stronger, baby. Oh, I can't take it much longer. Not another day. and more each day.
Bonassuera, Rick
I
Lyons
just can't go
from Radio
on
Universal. How you
this
doing,
way.
mate? You alright?
Waiting patiently. I'm so tired, I can hardly see.
Woo!
My love keeps getting stronger for you, baby. Oh, tell me, I can't take it much longer. No, not another day. Oh, but it's getting stronger, stronger.
Another great tune from lovely Anne-Marie Gallagher. It was, Gloria Edwards, and My Love Keeps Getting Stronger. And it was out of the box. As is this from the lovely Sue Ellis down there in Derby. This is Billy Soul. Big Balls of Fire. Out of the box. Good evening, Mr. Deke Penman's in the house.
Keep this love burning,
Woo-hoo-hoo.
burning in my heart.
We always start with you, Deke.
Just let it burn on.
We know you'll be here at the end.
Never let it depart. Yeah. Big balls of fire, filled with desire. Just let it burn on, baby, let it burn on. It was a spark, baby, now it's a flame, yeah. And in the puff of smoke, puffing up, I see your smiling name. Hey. Big balls of fire, filled with desire. Baby, 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 let it burn on. Baby, let it burn on. I never felt such a great sensation before. It would last.
Good evening, Mr. George Ellis is in the house. How do you, George?
But I know it was a spark. Baby, now it's a flame, yeah. And then the puff of smoke puffing up.
Yeah, welcome, Sue.
Your name, hey.
Great day out with the grandkids.
Filled with desire. Baby, 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 let it burn on. Won't you let it burn on? My, let it burn, baby.
Good evening, Mr. Rob Farr is in the house. How you doing, Rob and Teresa?
Can you feel that love, yeah?
Don't tell me you're at the caravan, George. Can't handle it.
Put two hearts together, makes one great big ball of fire.
Nice, I can see you enjoyed it, Sue.
Can't you feel it, baby?
Billy Soul and Big Balls of Fire, sent in by the lovely Sue Ellis down there in Derby. Next up, we switch over to Northampton for the lovely Linda Neville, who has selected the great man himself, better known as Mr. Jackie Wilson. This is The Love Is Mine from 1972, and it's out of the box. It's not been played on the show before. Woo! I think it's from his album, Beautiful Day.
That's the greatest story ever told. A love so warm, it melts away winter snow.
That's what you do, George. Uninstall and reinstall the app. Sometimes it helps.
This love is mine. This love is mine. This love is mine. A love that leaves the smell.
At least Russ likes it. You're in, Linda.
Flowers in the air. A love that can bring you happiness when you're in complete despair. Oh, despair.
Oh,
This
despair.
love is mine. This love is mine. This love belongs makes me different from all other men. A love that makes me lose track of time. A love that keeps her forever on my mind. She's always around. She never lets me down. A love that makes a man feel like a king.
Try uninstalling the app and reinstalling it, Kaza. Sometimes it helps.
In the morning, life is such a beautiful thing. Oh, so beautiful. This love is mine. This love is mine. This love belongs to me. Yeah. This love is all I need. When I get lost,
Thank you, Marco Hudson.
call her name. Yeah.
You can get me on your telly.
Don't you know she will? When I'm in need, I can reach out to her.
Send me pictures, Marco.
God is always there. Don't you know she
Yeah, another great tune. Mr. Jackie Wilson, I don't think he done a bad tune. And it was out of the box from the lovely Linda Neville down there in Northampton. This Love Is Mine from 1972. Right, we come to this part of the show where we've changed the format. We just messed about a little bit with it. And we now ask one of the TeeBee's Soul family who subscribed to TeeBee's Soul page on Mixcloud to pick out 3 tracks, one male soul singer, one female soul singer, and one from a male soul, a soul band, not a female or male, just a soul band. And you send me them in before Saturday, and I put them on the show. And normally I forget after the 3 before 8, the 3 before 8, my 3 before 8. I normally forget who to pick for next week, but I know who to pick for next week. I've got it all in the board, all ready to go. So, this week, she's a lovely lady. I've known her for many, many, many years, from a way back in Including Disco Days, which was a way back in the early 70s. And she goes by the name of Karen Miller-Corder, better known as Wee Kaza. And she just lives up the road from us now. And we've been a few places together and doing a lot of soul dues and events and things like that over the years. And she's not having the best of time because she's been in getting operations and things like that. But hopefully things are getting better for Karen. And she has picked 3 fantastic tracks. And her female soul artist for her My Before 3 is Miss Barbara McNair. Baby, a Go-Go from 1965. Go on, Kaza. Crawler.
You've been out playing it cool. I've been home playing the fool. Every night you're at the go-go. Every night you're with a new love. While I've been so true love.
Good evening, Mo Morris from Thailand. How are you doing, mate?
Once admired, only comes by when he's tired. Ever since you joined the in crowd, you just wanna be a rover. Well, this party's over.
Good man, Mo.
Baby, I don't know. Baby, I don't know. Baby, I don't know. Go away. Baby, I don't know. Baby, I don't know. Baby,
Nice one, Mo. Mo.
someday you'll find you were wrong.
Roy Carton.
You won't be blind
Check
for
his feet
too
tight.
long.
Did you know that, didn't you?
Father Time will change the rhythm, and you wake up when it leads you to where nobody needs you. Baby, I don't know. Baby, I don't know.
What a start from Kazza's My 3 Before 8, the great Barbara McNair and Baby A Go-Go from 1965. Here's number 2. Here's a male soul artist. It's called Big D Erwin, and I only get this feeling. Wow.
I only get this feeling when you walk in the room.
Come on.
I only get this feeling when I smell your sweet perfume.
Oh yeah.
I only get this feeling when I know you'll be on soon. My eyes get a little bit brighter, my collar gets a little bit tighter, my heart beats a little bit stronger, my hands get a little bit warmer. Baby, how I love you, baby, my sweet baby. I only get this feeling when we dance a little slow. I only get this feeling when you say I love you wrong. I only get this feeling when I know you won't say no. My eyes get a little bit brighter, my collar gets a little bit tighter, my heart beats a little bit stronger, my hands get a little bit warmer. How I love you, my sweet baby.
Woohoo! Can't tell you that, Johnny. It's a secret. Yeah, what a tune. Big D Erwin and I Only Get This Feeling was Kazza's male soul artist for her My 3 Before 8. Johnny asked her if this would be a bob. The thing is, you can pick any tracks for your My 3 Before 8. They don't have to be bobs or anything like that. They can have been on the show before. It's your My 3 Before 8. And all I ask you to do when you pick your My 3 Before 8 is pick a female artist, a male artist and a band. And it's got to be soul related, obviously. And I keep saying, I would like you to pick 3 tracks that you would like to hear if you were at an all-nighter some night and it finished at 8 o'clock in the morning, and at 10 to 8 in the morning they played your 3 favourite records that you would like to dance to before you have to go home. That's the whole idea of My 3 Before 8. So what happens is, once I get your 3 in, I then pick from your 3 artists and band, 2 artists and band, I then pick what I've got in my library from them 2 artists and the band, and I put them onto a CD. And it's called an exclusive My 3 Before 8 CD that you will receive free with another CD that week. This is Kazza's number 3, and it was a big, massive Northern Soul tune. The Young Hearts, a little togetherness. The My 3 Before 8s cannot be picked as gold stars, just to remind you. Alright, she's good, Kazza, she's good. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely love it. And thank you very much for all your fantastic comments for Kaz's My 3 Before 8. And let's keep this going, guys, because the appreciation is a big thing on this show. And people go to the trouble of digging out what they think would be their 3 best tunes, which is very difficult in some circumstances for a lot of people, as we all know. And as I say, I put the 2 artists in the band, and I pick out the tracks that I've got in my library and I put them onto a CD. You've got to remember that some guys, when you pick out certain artists that may only have one-hit wonders or may have only had 2 or 3 tracks and not done any albums, then I won't have a lot of stuff in my library. So you won't get as many tracks on your CD. So sometimes you've got to think out of the box and pick what you might think would make a great CD as well. But your CD will be winning its way out to you up there in... I forgot where she stays now. It's just up the road. And she also bought the, what do you call it, CD? The 3 A's Fergie Time CD from last week. Karen loves that as well. So, they'll be coming up to you this week, Karen. And thank you very much for your 3 Before 8. Now, as I normally forget at this time of the evening, I usually forget who to pick for next week's 3, my 3 Before 8. But next week, we go back to our original guy, who was Mr. Deke Penman, who will be picking his My 3 Before 8 next week. So get your thinking cap on, Deke. You've got all week to pick your My 3 Before 8. Male artist, female artist, and a band. And they've got to be so related. It's Closeburn time. So it is, Kaza, thank you. Right, where are we going? Right, I'm going to just throw this out here at the moment. Oofed! Belly on the telly's excited. Right, I'm going to throw this out here, so just listen for a wee minute. As many that were on the show last week, especially the ones that stayed up for Fergie Time last week, I had a bit of a rant. Because what's happened now on Mixcloud is Mixcloud have now adapted a new thing which Twitch does. And what happens is they've put on something that you can tip the DJs that are doing the shows. Well, I'm totally against it all. I don't believe that any people that just watches shows should tip the DJs. It's just not a thing. I don't mind tipping a waiter because that's a service that they provide. I don't provide a service. I'm doing this for me and you and the family and things like that. So I don't believe, as Alec Mackle vouched for me, what I said last week on the show. It's just not my cup of tea. But because they've adapted it into the Mixcloud thing, I thought I could change it round and adapt it to do something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you something to think about. You've got a week to do it. And all I need you to do is text me if you have any ideas about maybe thinking of doing it differently or maybe doing it this way or something like that, and then let me know. I'll listen to your ideas. Just message me and I'll see what you say. Or I'll see what you see. Whatever you want. So what happens is, what I plan to do is, this tipping service is available. Yes, you're on the right lines, Mr. Alec Mack. This tipping service is available on Mixcloud now. There's a little sign there. If you go to my Mixcloud page, or you'll maybe have it at the top of your page, depending on which format you're watching on, and it says tip. And I think you can press that. And what I think you can do with it, well, what I plan that we can do together as a family to do it with, is if you want, and if you have a good show and you enjoy it, then what you could do is at the end of the show, press the little tip button, and all I want you to do, and I don't want anybody to throw mad amounts of money at it, I want £2 from anybody that can afford £2. That's all I ask, £2. And then I don't want anybody to go over it. If you can't afford the £2, you can go £1. That's cool, I don't mind that. What I'll do then is everybody that tips on the show, I will put their name down, and then I'm going to run it for a whole year. And then the next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run it until the 1st of December next year, because we're getting near the 1st of December, just to give us a good date in mind. And all the money that's collected, now let me tell you that the people that do it through Mixcloud, they take 20% of what the tips come in. So they take 20% off. But if he's all tip every now and again, then we can earn a lot of money here. Not earn, but we can make a lot of money. And what I would like you to do with this money, because it's going to be on the 1st of December, is I will pick maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on the amounts we raise, names out of the hat. You will then have the choice to either keep the money yourself, because you may need it for Christmas, give it to charity, because you've got a charity that you run, or you can give it to someone in need that may need it at that time of the year, like a young family or a single mum that's got kids and things like that. I don't mind. The onus is on you guys. All I want to do is, through this little adaptation, is to try and raise some money, put a big bundle of money into a bag, and then let's dish it out at Christmas time to people that may need it at Christmas time. So let me know what you think. Message me if you have any ideas, or if you think it'd be nice if you could do this or do that. I'll listen to them, I'll give you answers, and then by next week, what we'll do is we'll start it off next week. Don't tip any money tonight. We'll start it off next week once I have finalised how I'm going to do things. So if you're all in agreement with that and you think it's a good idea, then just let me know. Right, as you all know, Georgie, come here. As you all know, this lovely lady has got to the ripe old age of 60. What are you doing? 69. No, she's.
You must be 70 then.
No, I mean you're younger, Georgie. Get it right.
61 and a half.
Right, she's 61 and a half. And between the both of us, especially Georgie, because she has now worked at Gates Rubber Company, which makes belts for cars, timing belts for cars. She's been there for 28 years. And through a joint decision, we have decided that she was going to retire next year, but we've brought it forward. And Georgie is now going to retire on the 2nd of August.
What?
And,
December?
Sorry. Try to get more money. Sorry, the 2nd of December.
This year.
And it's going to be this year. So then Georgie's going to be here every week, so I won't get roused because I do Fergie time when she's on night shift and things like that, because she'll be here every Sunday
I've only
night.
got 7 shifts to work.
She's only got 7 shifts to work, and we're going to retire. And we're going to invest money and do things with her pension and things like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a point of coming around and visiting all you lovely people at some stage next year.
I'm so excited.
It's going to be TeeBee on tour, and I could turn up at your house on a Sunday, set up my gear, and I could do my show from your house. How does that sound?
Watch this space.
So watch this space. We've got some good plans coming up for next year.
I've only got seven shifts to work. It's amazing. I'm so happy.
Yeah, she's really happy.
12-hour shifts. 28 years I've been doing this.
So that's a little announcements for tonight,
So,
and let us know what you
cheers,
think.
everybody.
And
We might have a wee retirement party on the show.
oh, she just wants parties all the time. Sorry, David, drink with that.
It is.
Oh, it is, Georgie.
Well, you're getting me here. You get a glass of orange juice
Hey,
next.
you get to the bar, Georgie.
Cheers, everybody.
Right, well done, right. So let's get back to the music. Less of the gabbing, Tommy. This is from the lovely Matt and Fluff Johnson over there in Tukwia. It's out of the box by the Malibus. It's called 10 Times a Day. Fluff's at
You are so wonderful,
it. Lie down, Matt.
so very kind. You make me feel just like
I don't know if I'll make it to Nova Scotia, Craig. You never know. Did I get the decorating done? Yes, TeeBee's on his way. TeeBee's showing my nightie. Don't know if that'll be allowed, but still.
Wonderful and wide. And when I kiss your
No new, Fluff, no new.
I'm in paradise. That is why I'm gonna love you, baby.
Better extend the bar corky, yes.
Come on now. Let me
The lovely lady, 60. Good evening. Tina M. Allen. That would be Tina Morris Allen. How you doing, Tina? You keeping well? Keep your teeth. Don't look, don't look. It won't be Max and Paddy on tour, I'll be baby. I'm not coming to your house now for saying that. I was looking forward to coming to Rotherham. There will be, George, yes. Especially this year. What a great tune. The Malibus and 10 Times a Lady, sent in by the lovely Fluffin' Matt Johnson. Next up, now, this is a great guy, but I don't know about this tune. This is from Mr. Sean O'Hooligan Callaghan, down there in, where is he again? He's no Northampton, he's another bit, isn't he? I'll remember in a minute. Winchester. And he has sent in Love and Heat in a Different Time by the Gabriels.
Last few years that I have saved.
It's a creepy tune.
Walking down.
Thanks, Sean.
Silent fears neatly folded.
Welcome, Fluff.
Catacombs, boxes surrounded.
It's got to be indoors, I'll be, Bobby.
Catacombs, boxes surrounded.
Better get a tent.
Even in the valley.
Marquee would be nice.
Riding stuff that comfort
You get bacon, Sue Ellis. I'm looking forward to coming to tasting some of your bacon.
my veins. Moving faster than a hurricane.
Linda never likes this.
Faster than a hurricane. We lost it in the fire. Loving high.
Welcome, Sean. Every cake, see, I'll eat any cake. Tell me the box, this. Believe it or not. It's Gabrielle's from Sean O'Callaghan. What do you mean, Fluff? That's the song.
Rapture comes, the angels say.
The Malibu's 10 times.
Neon signs of love and candid day. See the judge, but where's the jury? Primal screams, whisper silently.
How's your picking going, Keith?
Primal screams, whisper silently. Even in the valley. Children
Keith, be on the beach. I'll be Barbie. Sounds better.
diamond tears at the casualty.
Just like Fatboy Slim done at Brighton Beach. I could do it on Bridlington Beach.
Grace and mercy, can you hear me? Lost it in the fire.
I know it's not easy, Keith. It'll get harder, mate. In the jacuzzi. I can't take my gear out of the jacuzzi, cause fucking blows up. Keith likes this. There's always one. Just doesn't go anywhere for me, Sean. It doesn't. It goes on too long as well, so I'm going to cut it off. That was Gabrielle's and Love and Hate in a Different Time, sent in by my good friend, and a good friend, and a great guy, Mr. Sean O'Callaghan, down there in Worcester. So now move on to, I think this guy is actually leading the Gold Star chart. He goes by the name of Mr. Alec McBride. He's got a lovely wife called Pat, who had a bad accident last week when she fell down the stairs, and she's got black eyes and broke her nose and hurt her ribs, and you wouldn't believe what this lovely lady has been through. You just would not believe. Unbelievable. And he picked some fantastic tunes, and he's picked this out of the box tune from Chuck Cizelle, and it's Out of the Box. From Mr. Alec Mack. Don't tell me your story. You're sorry. Too late to tell me you're sorry. Come on, Alec.
Don't tell me you're sorry. Sorry won't work.
Yeah, you probably could, Kaz, I guess.
Don't tell me you're sorry. Sorry won't work this time. Thought our love was the real thing. That's some crazy game. Girl, was I wrong to believe that you could cause me so much shame? You ran around, played with my heart. I made a fool of myself by giving you the best of
Good evening,
my
Mr. Rob Farr.
while you gave yours to somebody else. Sorry won't work this time. A love like mine don't come every day. You'll soon find out. Try to did anything, but then I found you out. You tried to cheat me, then mistreat me, and I walked away. Now you're standing at my door, begging me for one more
Nice one, too.
Sorry, it won't work. It won't work, no, no. Hey, not this time, it's hard. It won't work, no, no. No, not this time.
Oh, come on, Richie B, you're not going to start this tonight. Watch at the beginning, it tells you on the screen. It's Chuck Cizelle. And don't tell me you're sorry. What a tune. Chuck Cizelle and Don't Tell Me You're Sorry. Out of the box from Mr. Alec McBride down there in Ashby. And what's it called again? Scunthorpe. Next up, another out of the box from the great selector himself, Mr. Dave Rimmer. This is The Adorables. Oh boy. Welcome, Dave. You're the man. Sober, I hope, Rochelle. Well, you'll not be breaking any toes there.
Thanks for your love, my Superman. You make me strong, holding your hand. Come here to me, put you close to me. I've got to have, I need you now, right now.
Nice one, Michelle. It's good to see you, so. They get 2 gold stars, Georgie. That's what can happen in the show. What a fantastic tune from Mr. D Erwin and the Adorables and Ooh Boy. And it was out of the box, as is this, which is another surprise for me, which was picked by gorgeous Georgie herself after about 5 minutes, which makes a change. This is the Originals. Going down to Love Town from 1976. What a year. Okay, Dick.
Hey, you in the mirror.
Woo-hoo.
Test. You look here.
Oh, yeah.
She has lost her a jewel. That girl's a fool. I just realized I'm wasting my time. Although my baby is gone, I'm moving on.
I'm moving on.
I'm gonna dust off my heart and my happy shoes. Find someone to help me lose the blues. I'm taking my party down, 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 down. Outside my door, there's a candy store filled with sweetness of life.
Better get more
So
drink.
very nice.
We're busy dancing.
Bags are gonna pack. There's no turning back. And consider the rest repossessed. I'm gonna dust off my heart and my happy shoes. Find someone to help me lose the blues. I'm going down to love town, down, down, down to love town. Bip, bip, bip. Woo! Down to
Wait, what? I just went to pour myself a drink, Rich.
heart and my happy shoes. Find someone to help me lose the blues. I'm taking my body
Oh, yeah, love that. Let's all go to love. the lights up if you want, Johnny. Sure is, lady. And there's more to come, pal. Bongo a cuckoo. Okay. I think we should have, but long into this intro. Going down.
Going down. Going down. Down to Love Town. I'm gonna take my body down. Down to Love Town. I've been with you. Going down. Down to Love Town. I'm gonna take my body
He does.
down to Love Town.
Dick started it. Yeah, from gorgeous Georgie. The originals and Down to Love Town from one of the best years that we've lived in our lifetime, the great year of 1976. We now move over to another great guy. He goes by the name of Mr. Mick Murphy, or Mick Murray. He's called Murphy Motown Man. People get mixed up, but his real name is Mick Murray. But he's called Murphy Motown Man. And he does these fantastic shows every night of the week from 7:30 till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whenever. But his special shows for me are the Friday nights when he does the soul shows and his Sunday shows when he does soul on a Sunday. That's the two that I really like to watch. Don't get me wrong. The good thing about Mick is he plays a lot of different sounds, and if you tune into Mick, you can pick, rock tunes and, tunes from the 80s and anything you want with Mick. It just, anything goes with Mick. And he has some great people on them shows. And a lot of the soul family from here have moved over and listen, especially the likes of Keith and Lorraine Allmark, who actually don't come on my show very much now because they listen to Mick all week. They're probably sick of it, so they don't want to listen on Sunday night. So I think Keith goes to the bar and cricket and gets drunk and then comes home, gets fed and goes to bed and doesn't listen to the damn show anymore. So I'm going to have to phone Keith Allmark and give him a row and just say, look, you've got to come back in the show. But Mick is a fantastic guy, and Mick gives me a lot of plaudits, and I did help Mick in the beginning to set up his show and do a lot of things because he didn't know about the technology and things like that, and I was very helpful to Mick, and he does appreciate that. He's a lovely, lovely guy down there in Northampton, and I'm really looking forward to going down to Northampton next year and doing a live set with our good friend Mick Murray, and he has picked a request tonight from Mr. Chico Lamar from 1968. What do you think I am? You're a DJ, Mick.
What do you think I am?
From 1966. Mick was a DJ. Great guy.
But you
We love him.
can turn me off and on.
Off and on.
With your joy.
Aye, pub night, Sunday night, the Hallmarks.
The joy of
They've
love
changed.
I found. With your kiss, honey. Sweet intoxication. I can't resist. Ooh, maybe you think that I
How about a box?
have blown
From Mick Murray. I love him.
Cause the way I feel about you, I can't deny it, and I won't try it. Ooh, I ain't gonna share it. Oh no, girl, I'm just gonna cherish it.
Some great tunes in this show, isn't there? I love it.
Sweet loving baby you've given me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I really love you, girl, so you know that I know this song. But I've never loved anyone like
You're welcome, Mick.
so, baby, give me love. Keep me your human toy, honey. Turn me on, girl, with those sweet, sweet charm. Yeah.
Love it.
If you want me to love you, baby, come on, 'cause there's plenty here for you. If you want me to keep you, honey, let me know it so I can sock it to you, mama. Ooh, I ain't gonna share it. Oh, no, girl, I'm just gonna cherish it. Ooh, ooh, sweet loving baby you've given me. Oh, yeah. Keep me your human toy, honey.
Love it.
Turn me on.
From Mr. Mick Murray and Chico Lamar. And What Do You Think I Am from 1968. If you're at a place any night through the week at 7:30 at night and you've nothing to do, just tune into Mick Murphy on live on Mixcloud, and you'll have a good laugh and get some good banter on the show. As I say, there's quite a few of the guys from the Soul family here that'll move over to Mick, and vice versa, like Karen Parisi and people like that that'll move over to my show. So we stick together as DJs and we're good people. This is another great guy. Goes by the name of Mr. Marco Hudson. Lives over in Spain with his lovely wife called Lady Fiona. I don't know where she got the lady title from, but she's a lovely lady and she's called Fiona. And I think at the moment they're over visiting family over in Winchester. I think Fiona said that on Mick's show last night. And they love their soulful house music. And I played this in one of my mixes, and I knew that the Hudsons would pick up on it. This is Stacey Kidd. It's called Burning Up. From Mr. Marco Hudson. It's out of the box. Oh yeah. You want it there? No, you, Georgie. Yeah, we missed Rob's reggae show Friday nights. Ooh. Tina Morrison, we love you. Hello. I'm burning up.
Feel this connection to it. Don't miss the bus. Don't miss the stop or song. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love
Thank you, Tina.
all night. Let's get started. Let's get started. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night. Let's get started. Let's get started. I'm burning up. Got this desire for you. I'm burning up. Got this desire for you. I'm burning up.
Rob Parr's coming back in the year. Good news that. We love Rob's reggae show. Especially the cover shows. Fantastic. Good evening, Martin and Mags. Hope you had a great day, guys. Stevie Booth and Debbie were there as well.
affection to you. Don't miss the bus. Don't miss the stop or song. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night.
Nice to know, Mags.
You know my love won't wait all night. Let's get started. Let's get started. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night. You know my love won't wait all night. Let's get started. Let's get started. I'm burning up. Got this desire for you. 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 I'm burning up. Got this desire for you.
Tell the truth, Rob, you did forget. What was said now, Rochelle? Don't blame my phone, Georgie. See, people, the person that's used it. I will never forgive you for breaking my toe. Still love you though, Rochelle. Is it still in the garage, Rob? Just send me the tracks, I'll do it. It's definitely going to get everybody up off their sofas. The great sound of Stacey Kidd, brand new Soulful House. And it was called Burning Up. And it was sent in by the one and only Mr. Marco Hudson. Over there, well, he normally comes from Cartagena in Spain. And but at the moment, him and the lady Fiona are living in Winchester with family. I'm hoping they get over to Cartagena in Spain next year to see the Hudsons. Next up, I love this lady. She goes by the name of Kim Ian Bradley, and she picks some fantastic tunes in this show. This blew me away today. This is what surprised me about this track was it's on the Gordy label, Motown label. It's by Lee and the Leopards. Leopards? It's called Come Into My Palace from 1962. That's why I love this show.
Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. I will honor you with the precious gifts.
Out of the box from Kim Ian Bradley.
And all of the servants shall bow down and worship you. Bom, 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 mac, tack, tack, come right back to the palace, my love. Bom, 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 mac, tack, tack, come
Bit
right
of
back
doo-wop
to the
from the
palace,
Motown
my
stable.
love. Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. Let me shower you with the gifts of a queen. And let your king, my love, be me. Oh, my love. You know I need you, my love.
Thank you, Linda. Nice one, Kim. I love it. That's how we love it.
Come right back to the palace, my love. Bum, 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 Mac, come right back to the palace, my love. You will have a freedom.
Shut up, George. There's plenty of paper. Toilet paper upstairs.
Emperor will bow down and worship you. Watch me now. If the Duke shall disobey your demand, my love, I'll make him your slave for the rest of his days, my love. Oh, my love. Come right back to the palace. I need you, my love.
Leopards, correct, Jeff. What did I say, leopards?
The doors of the palace open unto you. I need you, my love.
I just love the fact that it's on the Gordy label, and I would never have took that as something that Berry Gordy would have really got into. But when you think about and you go back to the Detroit days, a lot of these formed bands were created on the corners of the streets, and that's where they started from, doing a lot of the doo-wop stuff. So the early Motown stuff, a lot of these young bands, they were just young black, female and male singers who formed little groups on the corners of the streets and done little doo-wop songs like that. And that's must be one of the earliest Motown stuff. It's by Lee and the Leopards. Am I correct, Jeff? And it's called Come Into My Palace from 1962. And it was sent in by the lovely Kim Ian Bradley down there in Northampton. This is brand new. It took me a while to find this today, and thank you to Marco Hudson for finding it for me. This is Jimmy Ruffin. It's been taken from the vaults of Motown and remastered. It's called Take Me Back. And it was sent in by the lovely Kath Birch.
Out on your street,
Love it.
searching for the words.
Where are you going to find a show like this in the world?
Get through to you. I don't know what to say, what to do. I need you so, my heart's on fire.
Talking about Georgie.
It's so far
Get to
from
me.
my one desire. 'Cause I let your love
Good night,
slip
Mac.
away. Please give me one more chance. Dry the tears from my eyes, 'cause I can't be anything without you in my life. Baby, please take me back in your arms again. 'Cause now I understand I need you to be near me. Don't
I love it,
turn
Kath.
away.
Nice.
Let me stay, baby, 'cause I can't erase the memories that's in there.
It is that, John. I love it.
Should be my dream.
It's a new label down south that have managed to license it and remaster it. It sounds really good.
So many times
And they put it out in vinyl.
someone talking on the line. I guess you got someone new in your life.
Oh, come on, Georgie, grow up.
There's no substitute. There's no one like you. You're my fantasy. You're everything I need. Baby, please take me back into your arms again. 'Cause now I understand. I need you to be.
I knew you'd love this, Johnny Wood.
Don't turn away. Let me stay inside your love. Oh, baby, I pledge my love forever. Oh, baby, I promise you I will never leave you, never. Oh, no, back in your arms again. 'Cause now I understand that I need you
Can't forget Georgia a new phone. What a tune. That was one of two tracks that have been re-released by a record company down south in England. It was picked from the vaults of Motown, and they've remastered it from the great master himself, Mr. Jimmy Ruffin. It was called Take Me Back, and it was sent in by the lovely Kath Birch. Next up, and it was out of the box, as is this from. Have we had a bob yet? No, we haven't. So we're through all these shows. We're what, 8:45 at night, and we have not had a bob yet. I will just make myself clear here. Yes, I'm right. Yes. My good friend down in Liverpool goes by the name of Larry, better known as Mr. Stevie Ledbetter, has sent in another great out of the box tune from the Soul Brothers. It's called Later for You.
You're bad news, baby, but I got some bad news too. Yeah. You've been lying to me, baby, but I'm gonna put the word on you. Uh-huh. You've been talking your trash all over town, telling everybody that I put you down.
Can't see that happening, Alex.
It's later for you.
Mike George is a good decorator.
There's no use, baby, telling me that you're gonna change.
Out of the box.
Sometime, baby, you've been
Go on, lady.
kind of strange. Yeah. Need to put your sugar in my ear. What you needin', baby, it ain't here. There's only one thing to do. It's later for you. Come back home.
You're welcome, Larry, pal.
One of these days you realize your dad is gone.
Love it.
You can look in my window, ring my bell. You're gonna find out I got nothing to sell. There's only one thing to do.
Woo!
It's later for you.
Woo! Hope Josie heard the bell. That was the Soul Brothers, and Later for You, sent in by my good friend down there in Liverpool, Mr. Stevie Ledbetter, better known to all his soul family as Mr. Lady. Great guy. We now move to something that happens every week in this show, because it goes out to a fantastic lady that we sadly lost a couple of years ago. Goes by the name of the lovely Jackie Williman. And every week, our lovely brother, Johnny, and his lovely wife, Jilly, send in a track so that we remember and never forget the lovely Jackie Williman. So this is your Justice for Jackie tune from the Impressions, and it's called You've Been Cheating. Unfortunately, Johnny doesn't care if it's a bob or not. It's about the tunes, and it's about Justice for Jackie. Let's see your yellow love hearts, guys. Only the yellow. Brighten up the lights. Let's see your yellow love heart.
I'm trying hard to forget.
Woo! Martin Taggart. How you doing, pal?
Wishing you I'd never met. Cause you've been cheating.
It's a bob.
Did you know lies can be seen in your eyes? And from wrong you'll never be free. No use in crying. You've been lying. You've been cheating. Cheating on me. Yeah, you made me suspecting, I know.
Love it.
Don't want me.
All my screens are all yellow.
Cookies crumble, and that's how it goes.
Going out to Jackie.
You don't want me. Did you know lies can be seen in your eyes? And from wrong you'll never
Love you, Johnny and Johnny. Alec, you'll have to send Marco Hudson how to get yellow love hearts. I'm not happy. Come on, Marco.
Cause you've been cheating. Digital lies can be seen in your eyes. And from wrong you'll never be free. Cause you sit crying, you've been lying, you've been cheating, cheating on me. You've been cheating. You've been cheating. You must not love me. You've been cheating.
What a tune. Fantastic. Unfortunately, a Bob, because it's been on the show before, but Johnny doesn't bother about that. Johnny doesn't need gold stars. Johnny is a star in his own right because of what he'd done for his fantastic sister that sadly was killed by fucking 4 arseholes. Oh, I'd just love to be in a prison cell with the 4 of them. Just me and the 4 of them. Anyway, that was Impressions and You've Been Cheating. And we will play a Justice for Jackie tune every week in this show until I die. Fact. Next up, I love this guy. Come up to Scalloween himself. He's just a fantastic, lovely gentleman. He's called Colin Wignall. And he lives down in Anderton. And he picked some fantastic tunes in the show. Unfortunately, this week, he's picked a double bob. He's been on the show before. This is Fantasy. And I'll call you every morning. Still a great tune, Colin, but it's a bob.
And I feel there's something wrong, but I tried all day to reach you on the phone. But when finally someone answered, they said you packed your things and gone. Baby, where have you gone? I thought our love was going strong, but now I hear you're up and gone. How can I live without your love? I call you every morning. 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 I call you every morning.
Previously picked by our good friend Mr. John Birch. Better known as Johnny Lopa. The COVID man. You'll get through it, Johnny boy.
I listen to my radio just to hear our favorite song. But every time I hear that song,
I'm with you, I'll be baby.
I feel so all alone. But I tried all day to think of something else. But every time I hear that song, you know I feel
So dear Scotsman, I'll be baby.
alone.
We'll give you the
Baby, where have you gone? I thought I loved
Oh, you've lost me, piece of
going
Chris.
strong, but now I hear you're up and gone. How can I live
What are you saying? Sunday's a new Monday.
without your love? I call you every morning. 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 I call you every morning.
Oh, I've seen the phone things. I see what you mean, Colin. The Fantasy, and I'll call you every morning. Sent in by our good friend, Mr. Colin Wignall, down there in Anderton in Cheshire. A great guy. I love him to bits. As is this guy as well. And I just love how people, when they first listen to the show and how they take to the show and how they just conform to the show in a way. And a lot of that's to do with a lot of you guys out there, because the likes of Alec Mack and Marco Hudson, Linda Neville, Mrs. O, and loads of others. When somebody new comes on the show, you make them very welcome. And as a soul family, we do. And we're not bitchy, we're not doing any shit like that. And it's nice to bring people in and get them involved. If they're into the same type of music as us, it's good on a Sunday night to just sit and listen to the music that everybody likes and everybody enjoys. And this guy was one of them. He goes by the name of Craig Leach from Nova Scotia over there in Canada. And his first 2 weeks he got 2 gold stars. Tonight he has picked Gladys Knight and the Spinners from the unreleased Motown album of 1966. It's called All These Things. Class in a Glass.
All these things. I've got a heart that's gonna love you.
See you in the morning, Ogden.
I've got 2 arms that's gonna hug you. All of these things I never knew that I had. Until I found you.
Oh no, baby, don't go. Then I won't have to miss you. I've got 2 lips, just begging to kiss you. All of these things I never knew that I had. Until I found you.
Did you hear what I said? I've got 2 feet. I'll come running at your beck and call. I've got 2 knees. I'll come if you have to crawl. All of these things I never knew that I had.
Until I found you. I know and I know I've got 2 eyes.
Looks like a shower.
I've got a shoulder
That you can cry on.
all of these things.
Neither did I.
Never knew
Marco.
that I had.
Love it. That's what's good about this show. Unique.
Until
I found you. Don't you know that I've got
2 lips, 2 arms. I've got a heart and all these things.
2 lips, 2 arms. I've got a heart.
Brilliant. Love it.
All these things.
2 feet, 2 arms.
I love the unreleased Motown stuff. There's some gems in there that you can dig and find as out of the box tunes, and that's one of them. Gladys Knight and the Spinners, and the track is called All These Things, and it was selected by my good friend Craig Leach over there in Nova Scotia in Canada. Another Bob, still a great tune from Mr. Martin Barlow. Been out soloing all day with the lovely Megs. Sound of Lorraine Chandler. What can I do? Still a great tune, but it's a ball. Bob Barlow. I think his plan is to pick Bob so that Mags gets votes. Well, he can, Martin. I know you wouldn't think that way. What can I do?
Where can I go? What can I do? Where can I
Check out TeeBee's Bob's CDs on my Mixcloud page. These great Bob tunes are on CDs and they're good.
You can't have a fit and tear the world apart. What can I do? Where can I go? What can I do, baby? Where can I go?
Sure is, love.
Oh, what can I do?
Classic.
Where can I go? What can
And that's the other great thing about the show is you've got so many great out-of-the-box tunes and mixing them in with classics and great Bob tracks that have been on the show before just makes it work for me. I don't know what you think out there, but for me, I think the balance is so right that it's getting to a stage now, whereas we had 48 tracks, requested tracks on the show tonight, and 5 of those requested tracks were Bob's. So that tells me that a lot of you out there are looking to pick the great out-of-the-box and the elusive out-of-the-box tracks that we all love. But at the same time, it's still nice to have Bob's in the show because people still love them tunes because they're Bob's for one reason, and that reason is that everybody loves them. And that's why I do little Bob CDs and I put them up on my Mixcloud page. And I remember last week Craig Leach at Nova Scotia had put up on the page that he just listened to the 2 Bobs and he says absolutely fantastic. Like these 2, I love them. Called Ruth and Claire, Ruth and Chris. Better not call them Claire. Called Shit iPad and Her Indoors. This is Joe Tex.
Baby, sugar,
Sugar was as sweet as you.
honey, sugar just couldn't be bought. They wouldn't sell it in the store.
I knew that, Rob.
Sugar was as sweet as you, baby. Sugar just couldn't be bought. Oh no, you know that you're so sweet. You make sugar taste just like salt. Oh yeah.
No, you can't, Judge.
Listen, baby, all of my life I suffered with the complex. I didn't think nobody cared about where I
Out of the box
went or how
from
I was
Ruth and Chris
together.
down in Wigan.
Then my little life was spared.
Woo-hoo.
Because you came along and you showed me I was wrong. Now I think that I can carry on. Listen, baby, if sugar was as sweet as you, honey, sugar just couldn't be bought. Stick your finger in my coffee if sugar was as sweet as you, baby. Sugar just couldn't be bought. Oh no, you know when you're so sweet, you make sugar taste just like salt. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Listen, baby, take all the sugar cane down in Louisiana and take it to the sugar cane mill and grind yourself some of the finest sugar. It wouldn't change the way that I feel, because in order to find the sugar sweet as mine, you'd have to search for a long, long time.
Come on.
If sugar was as sweet as you, baby, sugar just couldn't be bought.
How do we pal called Sugar?
Set it in the stove. If sugar was as sweet as you, baby, sugar just couldn't be bought.
You're welcome, Ruth. We love you, Chris.
Listen, baby,
You're the
you're so
lovely lady.
sweet. You make sugar taste just like salt. Get me
Ruth
right.
and Claire.
Just sweet as sugar, honey, was as sweet as you, baby. Sugar just couldn't
I'm gonna live that down. Hi, Claire.
sounding good now. Lord, listen.
I'll say that till the next time I meet him. What a tune. Brilliant. Joe Tex and If Sugar Was As Sweet As You. sent in by the loveliest couple you'll ever meet, the lovely Ruth and Chris Gray down there in Wigan. And I'm going to start calling him Claire from now on, just to annoy him. He's a great guy, I love it with bits. What was I going to say? Oh, I can't remember. This comes from Lady Fiona, the lovely lady of Mr. Marco Hudson. This is Vernon Young, closing in on my mind, and it's out of the box.
You bring sweet love and affection into my life. Oh, girl.
It's a vinyl release. We hate vinyl.
Everything we do, girl.
You can tell it's a vinyl release.
We do together.
Hate vinyl.
It always comes out right.
IHV.
You got my soul, girl.
Going to change it from OVO to IHV. Still a great track. It's out of the box from Lady Fiona.
It was just
We love you, Lady Fiona.
a matter of time before
I like that, Linda.
my heart.
It's just a clear at the weekends.
Oh, baby, where the wind goes, when it blows,
We love you, Fiona.
oh, nobody knows, no, baby, yeah. When your love goes, when it grows,
Not for Chris.
when it grows.
Saturday night, man.
I know where it goes. Ooh. I can feel it closing, yeah. Ooh, baby, yeah. I can feel it closing, yeah. Oh, your love is moving and penetrating into my body. Oh, yes, it is. And you found a way, girl, a good way, girl, to get me started. Yes, you did. Oh, oh, you got my soul, girl, under your control in no time at all.
It's live.
Oh, listen to me. It was just a matter of time before my heart would fall. And oh, baby, where the wind goes, when it blows, nobody knows. Oh, nobody knows. No, baby, where your love goes, when it grows, when it grows, I know where it goes. I can feel it closing, yeah.
We love it.
Oh, baby, yeah. I can feel it closing, baby. Oh, ooh, baby, I love you, baby. Closing down on me. Oh, baby. Oh, closing, yeah. Closing, baby. Closing down on me. If you can feel it out there, let me hear you say, yeah.
Woo!
I like to let you know that I can do this. Oh, I can feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it closing on my mind. Oh, baby. Ah. Hey, feel it. Feel it, yeah. Feel it closing on my mind. Oh, baby. Hey, 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 I can just feel. Ooh, feel it. Feel it closing on my mind. I wanna know, can you feel it, people? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah. Feel it closing on my mind. Love is something else, and when you get it, you can feel it. Feel it. Feel it closing on my mind. I can just, feel it.
Listen to the ladies screaming. That's because they're watching my show. Not yet, Dick. Still to come, Tom. What a tune from the lovely lady Fiona. Love it. Vernon Young, and it's a little number called Closing on My Mind. Closing in on my mind, from the lovely lady Fiona, and it was out of the box. And I just loved the audience participation there. They're all screaming, and he sounded so good. The only problem is, it was on vinyl, and it just... That's why I hate vinyl. I just fell out of it, vinyl. It just crackles too much. Don't get me wrong, I'll start it with vinyl. Listen to this, from Mr. Tom Thompson. Dorothy Williams, The Well's Gone Dry. Love it, Tom. It's out of the box. 2, 3, 4.
But honey, I'm sorry that I cannot do.
We're into stomping now.
And if you want to know the
Better get ready.
reason why,
Your dancing shoes on, I'll be bumming.
baby,
Woo!
well's gone dry.
Defluffing the needle.
I know you'd like to have my love alive, but I can't give you what I haven't got. You can't get rain from a cloudless sky.
Woo!
Honey, well's gone dry. No use begging me to come back home. That would be unfair to you, 'cause love is love. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Tom.
Anyway,
My Melton Mulberry pal. 2, 3, 4.
there's nothing left between you and I. Oh, maybe someday we will meet again.
We love it. We love the show.
I'm no prophet, can't tell where I went. And even if we do just walk on by,
Woo!
baby, well's gone dry.
Who wishes they were a picker tonight?
Well's gone dry.
See, a lot you got off the hook,
No use hanging around my door, baby,
but your names are still in the hat.
'cause your well's gone.
Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Dorothy Williams and The Well's Gone Dry from Mr. Tom Thompson, which was out of the box. And as is this. I thought it was a bob, but he wanted the instrumental version. So it's not a bob. This is the Leviations, and I Can't Forget About You from Keefy Key. One of the pickers. Be nice to him. No, you can't, Josie. Good evening, Ty Mike. How you doing, pal? Nice one, Alec. Good morning, Josie. Go on with it. Think how hard it is for Keith. Keithy boy. Out of the box. Arise, Sir Piper. Yes, well, we used to do tune of the show, Sue, but I don't want to do it again because, to be honest with you, we've got Good Evening Courtfield 98. How you doing, mate? And when we done tune of the show a way back then, it was great, but it puts me in a very, very difficult position because it's like the pickers previously that have picked tracks for the Gold Stars on the show, and I know how hard it is for them. And when you think I've got 50 or 60 requests on a show in one night, and I've got to pick one track from that show, it's impossible. There is so many great tracks that I can't divide them. It gets so hard. That's why through the Gold Star process that I decided to change it, because I thought it was getting unfair due to a good friend, Robert Furness, saying it's all up to Tam who wins. And I didn't want it to be up to me because I've got my choices in music, as is everybody else. And I wanted it to be the family's choice of music. So that's why I put everybody on the spot by asking them to pick the Gold Stars. I know it's hard, but I know if you do it the right way, you'll come up with two selections at the end of the show and pick them as your Gold Stars. That was from my good friend and a great DJ and my good wee pal, Keithy K, up there in Dunfermline. The Lovations and I Can't Forget About You, instrumental. Here's another instrumental, but this one's a bob from a good friend who selected his first track in the show, request in the show last week, Mr. Dave Bibby, and he got a Gold Star. This is Betty Boo. It's called My Man Flint. It's a bob, it's been on before. Relax, Georgie. We're into stomping hour. Still got Albie Babby to come. Jeff Campbell, Linda Haycock, Dick Penman, George Ellis, Mike Dunn, Phil Story, Albie Babby, Mrs. O, Terry and Susan, Kaza Carter, and Mag Shoes. Plenty of great tracks to come. Oh yeah. Mr. Dave Bibby down in Wolverhampton. Out of the map. No, it's not, it's above. Shut up, damn. I'll get the hammer out in a minute, Georgie. What a tune. Betty Boo and the Man Flint. Instrumental from a good friend, Dave Bibby, down there in Wolverhampton. You'll never guess this. There's a wee guy in Birmingham, loves his reggae music, goes by the name of Ruffin. And he done a set at Scalloween there for the TV Soul Room. Absolutely fantastic. But he used to do a radio show, and he's going to bring it back in the new year. And he does the reggae stuff, and he's just one of the nicest guys in the world. And he says to me, have you forgot about mine, Tom? It's next.
Come on, everybody.
I don't forget about anybody. Ruby! Mr. Rob Files out in the box. This is Alvin Cash in the registers. Called the Bustin' Monkey. Volunteer workers in the house. Goes by the name of Courtfield. Hi Vaughn, how you doing, pal? Man up, Georgie. Tell him, Cocky. Why are you having technical problems, Vaughn? Good evening, Vaughn. Baby. Oh, you're looking good, Rob. You're up next, Rob.
Come on.
Woohoo!
Come on, baby.
Have mercy. But none of us were, Vaughn. This is easy to do. If you need any help, just text me or message me. I'll help you out, mate. It's cool. We love Von Earwacker. He's a good guy. Georgie, you start that, you got your bed. That was a Boston Monkey from Alvin Cash in the registers, sent in by one of the greatest guys ever, Mr. Rob Farr. I just hope he brings his reggae show back next year because it's a brilliant show on a Friday night and I want it back. Because what I do is I sit and play poker on a Friday night. Friday night's my poker night and I just put a few pounds into the poker tables and play, and sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. And I sit and put my headphones on and listen to Rob Farr's reggae show. And during Rob Farr's reggae show, when he'd done it there for about 6 months, I'd done a bit of winning. Not big, massive amounts of money like I have won in the past, but I did do some winning. And then when Rob stopped his show, Tommy went downhill. I've not played poker for ages now, and it's all Rob Farr's fault. This is a bob, but I love it. It's the original Green Onions, not the original. The original was Booker T and the MGs. This is from King Curtis, and it's sent in by my good friend down there in Cleethorpes, Mr. Johnny Kidd. You know Johnny, great guy. Much is the commission, Rob. You're going to have to change your name, Bon. Courtfield 98 just doesn't work for me. I need to know you as Bon. Earwacker. Woo! It's a good version. Get on, Johnny boy. It's a bob, unfortunately, from a wee pal, Johnny Kidd. It's a great version, Keith. I love it. I love it. Hey, Jersey, come on. That's some sax playing. Woo! In Memphis, Tennessee. Nice one, Mike. So, I wish I hadn't picked Georgie as a picker because he's got to do my...
You do. You do. You do.
Right,
You've got
Georgie.
to be up all night, son.
No, I'm going to my bed,
Aye,
Georgie. I'm tired.
Oh, because I'll buggy you all night. Whose song was that? Let me hear it
That
again.
was John Kidd's. It was a bob, Georgie. You didn't have to worry about it. It was a bob by my wee pal John Kidd. It was by Kirk Curtis, and it was Green Onions, originally done by Booker T and the MGs. And nobody knows this. Mike Dunn seen them live in Memphis, Tennessee. What year, Mike? In the 90s.
There we go.
Dick Penman, better known as Belly on the telly, has picked Bob and Errol, and everybody jerk. I know that, Mike. Everybody do the boat, Jeff. Unlucky, Glenn. Sharp does it. Don't mention that record. Yeah, another great out-of-the-box track from a good friend round the corner, Mr. Dick Penman. That was Bob and Errol, and it was called Everybody Jerk. I knew I shouldn't pick Georgie as a picker. Oh, I'm not going to play that again, am I? I'll do it this way. It's getting to stomping hour, and there's a lovely lady from Georgie, shut up! I'm talking. Shut that door, Georgie.
Right then.
Fucking women, like, do you mind that? There's a lovely lady up in Dunfermline, goes by the lovely name of Susie Kay, and she picks up fantastic tunes. So does Kiffy.
You went away and left me lonely.
This is Danny Owens.
Went away and left me blue.
You're a little too late.
And now you're back to say you're sorry. Well,
out of the box.
I've got news for you. You're a little too late.
God, Susie.
This is all I've got to
Woohoo!
say. You're a little too late. Hey, hey, so you'd better be on your way.
I know, man. And you're not allowed to pick your spouse's record. Sorry, pal. It's just a rule.
I finally found a new love. Now all my skies are blue. A very kind and true love. So I am through with you. You're a little too late. This is all I've got to say. You're a little too late. Hey, hey, so you'd better be on your way.
I'm dreading it, Ali. To be honest with you. We've had it good for the last 40 years. I'm dreading it. But we'll get there. Tell me when Pat wakes up. I'll put a track on for Pat. What a tune. And Susie Kay, I don't know. The Kays to me are family, serious family. And I love it, my bits. And every week they pick great tunes, but I've got to be honest, and Susie Kay for me just blows Keefy Boy out of the fucking water every week, because she just picks great tracks. I just love her influence in the kind of R&B stuff rather than going down the normal soul side of things. And I think a lot of the ladies out there that are in the soul family love Susie's requests. Fantastic, out of the box. Danny Owens, you're a little too late. I'm going to do a Susie Kay CD this week. I'm going to do it because I know she's picked some fantastic tunes. This is my good friend George Ellis down in Derby, who has picked G. Davis and R. Tyler. Hold on, help is on the way. 999. You'll not hear the end, Nick. Oh no, go. I'll phone her in the morning, Alex. See how she's getting on. I've got to do it this week, Susie. You've picked so many good tracks. I think it'll be amazing on a CD. Instrumentals are going down well tonight. They all want Susie CDs, you see. She's got to be a very popular woman. Glass in a glass. I know, cheeky man. Woohoo! Go on, George. got to message me if you want a Susie CD. Don't tell me on the show because I'll forget and I'll not see your messages. So if you want a Susie CD, it's called a Susie's Blue CD. If you want a Susie's Blue CD, then you've got to message me, and I'll do it this week because she's picked some fantastic tunes. I've had it in my mind for a wee while. I'm doing a Susie CD. That was G. Davis and R. Tyler, sent in by my good friend down in Derby, Mr. George Ellis. Some of the instrumentals in it have been absolutely fantastic. But this is an old track of mine. I loved it. Damon Fox. Right, it's out of the box from Mr. Phil Story down there in Hull. Packing up. Fucking dying of the spits. The record finishes the job. Come back. Oh man, I don't know. What did he give me there? The shortest record of the night is 1 minute and 48 seconds long, and it's by Damon Fox, and it's called Packing Up. And TB decides to go for a piss. That's what happens. Johnny, have you not got any of them tunes? The long versions. Right. Now, what was I going to say? We just mentioned about doing a Susie K CD. I've done these things in the past for quite a number of the Soul family, like Dave Rimmer. I kind of just let me be me, and I like to pick who I think just brings something special to the show as selectors. I know everyone is. I love everyone is. I don't like to single out any certain people. But what I intend to do over the next 12 months is I'm going to pick one person from the show, one of the subscribers from the show, and I'm going to do their CD. Because what I've got is, Mrs. O will tell you, I've got every track that you have requested on this show from 2019 and upwards. So it's the last 2-3 years. And what I can do is I can go through the tracks and pick out what I think are great tracks and what you have loved as great tracks, put them on a CD, and you can have them if you want them. They're only a £5. Best CDs in the world. And I think the likes of Karen Miller, Codder, Fluff Johnson, Linda Neville, Kimmy, Brad, there's so many out there that have got a CD collection that is worth millions. Millions. This is from my good friend up there in Broxford, Mr. Michael Dunn.
Out on the floor.
It's the Tribe.
So I walked in.
Dancing to the beat of my heart.
A sun caught my eye as you walk by.
Thank you, Johnny.
And just like a fool, oh, fool in love. And I started dancing to the beat of my heart. I started dancing to the beat of my heart. doing to me? Only you have the power, girl, to set me free. Free from the spell that's weaving so well. And all it took was just one look.
Another great pickup. Mr. Mike Dunn. 7 the box. Don't be seeing Albert. Loving it down.
What you doing to me? Only you have the power, girl, to set me free.
Come on.
Free from the spell that you weave so well. And all it took was just one look.
Woohoo!
Start me dancing to the beat of my heart. Start me dancing to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, I'm on Messenger, mate. I'm contactable. The Tribe, dancing to the beat of my heart. Absolutely fantastic. And this is what I love about this show. There's so many people in the soul family out there that are picking so many fantastic and great tracks every week. And I just want to give them the chance to have their own little compilation. I remember I done it with Dave Rimmer because I'm a big fan of Dave Rimmer's. And that's just me. And I thought the tracks that he was picking a wee back, maybe a year, 2 years ago on the show, I'm thinking, wow, a wee out of the box. Mike Dunn does that. Susie Key does that. I've seen Kaza Corder. I've got every one of these. I've got all your tracks that you've requested on this show, all in my library. And what I can do is I can go through the library and pick out what I think, and probably what you have said has been great shows. I can pick them tracks and put them on a CD. And I think they'll be kind of special CDs because the family and the people out there that are on this show, I just can't believe. And I'm not joking, guys. I've had people in this house and we talked about this guy on a few occasions. He is absolutely different class at picking tunes. He goes by the name of Mr. Albert Wilkinson from down there in Rotherham, and he can pick tunes, believe you me. He made a boob one day, and I won't go into it, but Albie can tell you himself. But he can pick tunes, and we know as guys that listen to soul music, especially northern soul music and stuff like that, he goes by the name of Mr. Albert Wilkinson. Listen to this. This is W. Virgil Blandon. Ripped it. Go on, Albert. We'll have him. Oh yeah. Go on, Albie, Bobby. Woo-hoo! Oh, but it goes deep. Woohoo! Have it. What a tune. So, he's just one of those guys, he just surprises me every week. And I know he balances between trying to pick out... Albie Barbie searches for out-the-box tunes every week. And I don't dispute, most of yous do. And he surprises me every week. He just picks tunes that I love. I don't know why. And that's why I love his great selectors. But there's another lady out there called Linda Neville. Sorry, there's two Lindas in the show. There's Linda Neville, who loves her like 80s stuff and disco stuff. And there's Linda Haycock. And Linda loves her right deep soul stuff and northern soul, southern soul. And I didn't know that Linda Haycock had her own collection and she DJs as well until we seen the video that Rob Farr done for What's Going On. And Linda was behind the decks. And that amazed me because I didn't know. I don't know a lot about you guys. I've met a lot of yous. I'm still to meet a lot of yous. But I was so surprised. And then I started to realise where Linda was picking her music from. And she told me that she was picking it from her own collection. And some of her tracks I love as well. So she's going to get a Linda Haycock CD. This is Linda's request tonight. This is Burt Jackson, My Everything.
I may not be the perfect lover.
Oh yeah.
I may not be the perfect guy. But if you want someone to love you, I'll make your time worthwhile. Cause I'm a woman's man, a girl's boy, and I'm the tick of the clock, I'm the time that passed. I'm the smile on your face, I'm the love that's gonna last, baby. I'm Mr. Everything. I'm Mr. Everything.
Love it.
If your heart falls to pieces and your feelings are on the ground, now I'll pick them up. Love is what you'll find.
I love you, Linda. And Dave.
I'm a woman's man, a girl's boy, and I'm a dog found wild. I'm a cat's meow. I'm the bark on the tree. I'm the grass that's green, baby. I'm Mr. Everything.
Where the hell?
I'm Mr. Everything.
Tune wins. Love it. Job does it.
If you're hurt and all alone, wondering where did you go wrong? Now just keep a smiling and don't you cry. I'm gonna get my bags, I'm coming back. Cause I'm a woman's man, a girl's boy, and I'm honey in a hive, I'm sugar in a cane. I'm just like you, I'm trying to get her back again, baby. I'm Mr. Everything. I'm Mr. Everything. I'm Mr.
Everything. I love it. I'll tell you what. I don't think there's been a better show than this tonight. I just love it a bit. Some of the out-of-the-box tunes have been absolutely fantastic. And listening to this, one of the greatest couples, and I got to meet them at Scalloween for the first time. Love them to bits. Terry and Susan. I'm going to do a Terry and Susan CD. He has picked some great tunes at this show. This is the Stingers, and I Refuse to Be Lonely.
I used to sit around with my head hanging down.
Hope everything goes okay for Donna. I'll be baby. You have a good night at the City Hall. We love you.
Slowly but surely, I had to get over you.
Woo!
And then I realized just what I had to do. Had to get you out of my mind, start my life anew. That's what I gotta do. I refuse to be lonely, baby.
I think a lot of people think that as well, Glenn. You're welcome, Jerry. We love you and Susan, man. To be lonely, baby. See you at Gladys night, if not before it.
From that day on, I have vowed to forget you. Only regret
She is happy.
the day that I met you.
Woo!
Even though I still love you, darling, and you always on my mind, I refuse to be lonely, baby.
Don't go into the wrong parts garage. Where do you get the tenor for Georgie? 46. That's a good count, Keith. I love that. We should keep it up. Woo! What a tune. The Stingers from the lovely Terry and Susan Watson up there in Brecon. Fantastic couple, and it was so nice to meet them at Scalloween. And we're going to do Gladys Night next year with my good friend Mike Dunn. We done it a few years ago with Karen Corder and Mike. Fantastic. I love the lady so much. But there's 2 tracks to go, and they are by, they're sent in by Casa Corder and the lovely Mag Shoes. So if I've not played your request, please tell me now and I'll try and find it. You have 5 minutes to tell me if I have not played your request. The first one up comes from the lovely Casa Corder, who had a My 3 Before 8 tonight. And she has selected the great, I love this tune as well. Casa Corder's another lady that, there's a lot of good tunes in there. She'll get a CD. I'll give that to you from Sandy Wines. Out of the Box from Casa Corder.
I don't have much that I can give to you. I can't afford a lot of fancy gifts. It's true.
This is your CD's coming in.
Could ever give you my darling would be my love, and I'll give that to you if you want me to. I can only give my heart and soul to you. I can give presents and things that you're accustomed to. All that I could ever give you, my darling, would be my love, and I'll give that to you if you want.
Yours is next, Jeff. I did miss yours.
But if you take what I can give you, you must remember you got to give it to.
I couldn't find yours, Michelle.
To give to you.
I'll try and find it this week and put it on next week, Michelle.
This promise they'll always be true.
Good night, Albie Barbie. We love you, pal. You take care. You're going to miss something.
And I'll give that to you if you want me to. I'll give you everything I've got. These are empty arms of mine. Oh, yeah, baby.
1981. Sandy Wines, and I'll give that to you. Sent in by my good friend Karen Miller Corder, better known as KMC or Kaza. And it was out of the box. I did forget, I don't know why, because this is when I'm jumping about tracks, and I do forget. I'm getting to an age where I do forget. I don't make any promises. But I do ask you that at the end of the night, if I've not played your track, let me know. I'm sorry about Rochelle's track, because what happened was she'd picked Laura Vane before, and I thought she'd requested it before, and I didn't look. But unfortunately, she'd picked a Laura Vane track that I've not heard. So I couldn't find it, but I will search this week and I will find it for you next week. Rochelle, my apologies. We love you. And we'll forget about the broken toe. But this great guy, and I'm going to do his CD as well. Everybody loves him. He goes by the name of Mr. Jeff Campbell. He selected Archie Bell and the Drills. Listen to this, Out of the Box. We've got something.
Things that get others down.
Oh yeah.
You and I can turn around. People say with all we face.
I love you, Rochelle.
Before we start, we've lost the race. So long as we both care, we need never feel despair. Trouble comes every day, but love will always find a way. Oh, we've got something they can't see every day.
Yes, John's has been on, yes.
We've got something
Gloria,
sweet
what do you call?
every day I'm loving you.
I can't. John's been on. It was on, honestly. I did play it.
Bills pile up, stack so high. Still we know that we'll get by. In-laws act off the wall. Neighbors wanna see us crawl. Jobs that come weeks too late. In each other lives I face.
Jeff's one of our all greatest pickers. It's good.
But love can always find a way.
Woo!
We got something. We got that.
We got it.
We got something sweet and true. Every
Out of the
day
box, so
I'm
Mr. Jeff Campbell. Woo!
We got it. Well, we got it. We got something. Oh, we got it.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah. Me and you, baby.
Ooh. We love Jeff Campbell. Great. Come on.
We've got something they can't see. Every day, love and me. We've got something sweet and true. Every day, I'm loving you. Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
We got love. We got love. Yeah. We got love. We got love. We got love.
We got love. Oh, we got it. Oh, we got it. Jeff Campbell's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
We got sweet, 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 sweet love. Well, well, well.
Oh, yeah.
We got good love. Well, well, well.
Oh,
We got a fine, 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 fine love.
I love it, Jeff. Absolutely different class. I'll tell you what, if there's any other show, I've done 300 shows in the past 6 years, and If there's another show that you think has been better than this, please tell me, because this has been one of the best shows. When I was going through the tracks today, I was thinking to myself, they are going to love this tonight. And we finish with the lovely and one and only Mag Shoes. This is the Butlers. She tried to kiss me. I got it, Mrs. O. Forgot about you. You were late. You were late. I've got it.
Well, she tried to kiss me. Yes, she tried to kiss me. But all I thought about to do was
Go on, Max. She's only one behind the leader, you know. It was your fault, Mrs. O. Too busy in your allotment. I know. Thank you, Sue and George. I knew I'd forget a few today, and because I was kind of busy and I was thinking about the football as well. And unfortunately, I didn't mention the football all night, but my favourite team got beat today. But it's only football. Music's more important. This comes from my lovely Mrs. O. I'm going to do a Mrs. O CD. I done a housework CD, but I'm going to do a funky Mrs. O CD.
Start off each day with some sunshine.
This is Sugar Bush.
Take a trip for a while.
Code 3205.
Meet some beautiful people.
Beautiful people. They're all beautiful.
Start each day with a smile. With
Thank you, Colin. The 300 show's been a cracker.
Think of some sunshine and rainbows.
I know, master.
Mix your life with some play. Don't you know you'll feel better? You'll find the nice things to say. With 3205.
Some of you are saying goodnight, but we have plans in motion. I've got an announcement to make. If you want to stay with me. Thank you, Julie. We love you. Harvey and Ada. Harvey Lee and Ada. Stay with me. Picked a good night, Keith. Well, I picked it. Very important, big boy. All my announcements are very important. From Mrs. O, my favourite, I love it a bit. That's the Sugar Bush and code 3205. And she says it's a grower. I think it's a great tune, I like it. And, right, Georgie, can you please switch your phone off? Georgie?
I've done it. I've not got my wee things.
No, it's your fault.
What?
Woman. I feel really sorry for the pickers tonight, and I'm glad that it was Georgie who's been one of the pickers tonight, because I just want to give her a hard time. Right, anyway. So what happens is, that's the end of the request, guys. And I've got a little announcement to make. There's a lovely lady that lives down in Widnes, and she goes by the name of Sharon Carr. And for me, Sharon Carr has been absolutely fantastic. She's like the Keys, she's part of the family. Her and Corky are just immense. And LC's bar is open tonight for one reason, down in Liverpool. And that's because Sharon Carr is celebrating her birthday tomorrow. What age is she, Georgie?
You don't ask a lady what age they are.
Right, so it's Shaz's birthday tomorrow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a selection of my favourite lady, Shaz Carr's tracks on the show. And I'm going to start you off with Bruno Mars. If you'd like to stay with me, if you're working tomorrow, then just slide away and go to your bed. There's no harm done. I love yous all. And I think this has been one of the best shows ever. And I think it's going to get better when you listen to Shaz Carr's tracks. This is Bruno Mars. Leave the door open, Cocky. Remember to bring a bottle of vodka.
What you doing? Where you at?
Happy birthday, Shaz. We love you.
Don't say that. I'm sipping wine in a robe. I look too good to be alone. My house clean, my pool warm.
Fergie time with Shaz Carr and the LC's bar.
We should be dancing,
down in Widnes.
romancing in the east wing and the west wing of this mansion. What's happening? I am praying.
She's only 28, you know.
Everyone that I say
I love her.
coming straight from
She's a lovely lady.
So if you're trying to lay in these arms, I'ma leave the door open. I'ma leave the door open, girl.
I don't kill you, Ruth. Just love me.
That you feel
Cheers, mate, Don. I love you, pal.
your woman like I want you tonight, baby. Tell me that you're coming through.
We love Shaz.
You're so sweet, so tight. I won't bite unless you like. If you smoke, I got the haze. And if you
Good night, Rochelle. Take care, darling.
Ooh, baby, don't keep me waiting. There's so much
Shaz a special lady. We love Shaz.
I'm talking kissing.
Thank you, Johnny.
Rose petals in the bathtub, girl, it's jumping, it's bubbling. I am playing no games. Every word that I say is coming straight from the heart. So if you're trying to lay in these arms, I'ma leave the door open. I'ma leave the door open, girl. I'ma leave the door open. That you feel the way I
See you in 2 weeks, of course. We're going to see Solutions.
tell me that you're coming through.
Good night, Colin. Take care, pal.
I need you, baby.
We'll bring Shaz's birthday present down to A-Dot. I've not even decided what I'm going to give her yet. So may as well just have me, Cocky.
I'ma leave my door open. I'ma leave my door open, girl. And I'm hoping that you feel the way I feel, and you want me like I want you tonight, baby.
Good night, Johnny and Jelly. We love you guys. Woo! Yeah, condolences to Johnny's pal. So sad to hear that tonight, Johnny. We love you guys. And I know you'll be strong for your pal, mate. It's so sad to hear they just got married and then passed away 2 days later. We love you guys. Always in our hearts. But tonight we're doing a Fergie time for the one and only Miss Shaz Kaur. And I'm going to go through Shaz Kaur's tracks. She's some lady.
I don't need no fortune teller.
Tell him, Shaz.
Tell me about the lines in my hands. Oh no.
Only 2 glasses
I don't
left.
need no fortune teller. Tell me about the countless grains of sand.
Go on, Shaz.
Baby.
I love you.
Woo! Somebody to hold me, somebody that's free to fall in love. Ooh, yeah, to fall in love. To fall in love. I don't need no fortune teller. Gaze into the crystal ball to see. No. I don't need no fortune teller. Tell me where to find the love I need.
I'm good, Kev. How are you, pal? You okay?
Somebody to hold me, somebody that's free to fall in love. Ooh, yeah, to fall in love. To fall in love. Hey, yeah. I don't need no fortune teller, no baby.
Come on, Rob.
I don't need it. No. I don't need no fortune teller.
Okay,
I don't-
Shaz want me to bring a pineapple.
We're not doing any pineapple. I hate pineapples.
Last night.
I just rung the bell, Kev.
Cheers, Shaz.
Yeah.
When I ring the bell, my barmaid
Why
appears.
should I pay someone
Fucking great,
to
this.
tell me where to fall in love? Oh, baby.
Hello.
Why should I pay someone to tell me about
Still there,
my
Jane?
emotions?
Feeling better, darling?
Yeah. What I need, love and devotion, yeah. Oh,
We love you, Kiwi boy. You take care.
I don't need it. No, oh no. I don't need it. I can't count the grace myself. 'Cause I know for myself there's somebody for me. Somebody to hold me, somebody that's free to fall in love. Yeah, to fall in love. To fall in love. Yeah.
Keep the mice away, Ruth.
Yeah.
Don't let them in, Ruth.
I don't need no fortune teller, no baby. I don't need no fortune teller. Count the lines in my head. Oh no,
Love it.
I don't need.
We've got an hour of listening to the great sounds from our good friend Shaz Kaur, who's celebrating her 28th birthday tomorrow. We are FujiD's. This is 8 days.
Story to tell you
You got a crowd
about a little girl that I loved when I wanted to.
called Shaz.
Once I stayed away too long, and when I showed up again, this is what she put me through. She wouldn't answer her telephone. I'd ring her bell, and she'd say she wasn't home. I asked her, baby, what do I have to do to get some loving from you? And she said, you got to crawl before you walk back into these arms of
Bill's got
It was good to track.
to crawl before you walk back into these arms of mine. But all my pride
Evening, Wonder Woo, how you
was
doing?
too strong. I couldn't get down on my knees and say I was wrong, but I needed her love. I couldn't stay She on repeat, you got to crawl before you walk back into these arms of mine.
You got it, Dave, you got it.
She said crawl before you walk back into these arms of mine. But oh, I tried everything to keep my pride.
Hope you got it full blast, Cookie.
People, I got weaker as the days went by. I needed her love much more.
Cheers, lady
than I
pal.
knew. So I begged for forgiveness, and after what I had to do, she said, break down. You got too much pride for one man. So I swallowed my pride. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I broke down on my left knee. And I kind of looked around to see if anybody was looking. And I broke down on my right knee. And you know what I did? I crawled. Yes, I did. Back into my baby's arms. Ooh. I crawled like a baby. Back into my baby's arms. One day your baby might say you got to crawl before you walk back into these arms of mine. 'Cause my baby told me you got to crawl before you walk back into these arms of mine. That's what she said, people. Crawl. Hearts are beating strong.
We're having a Shaz carnival for her birthday tomorrow. This is Andy Fisher.
Are beating strong. Oh, my heart.
My heart's beating stronger. Love Shaz.
Like the little boy standing outside of the pet shop window, looking at the little doggy inside. You know, I just stand and stare in fascination. Your beauty's beyond my wildest expectation. Now that your love has come my way, I'm so happy, and all I can say is my heart.
It may happen.
Little darling, my heart.
If Shaz says yes, it'll happen.
Are beating strong.
Message me, Shaz.
Like a fly that's been caught in the spider's web, oh, and he's sticking there.
Keep up.
No use trying to break away. Might as well face the facts that I'm here to stay now. That's something about your love that's so
Get on, Pat.
strong. Gives me the strength I need to carry on. Yes, young lady, I love you so. And that's just one thing that I think you should know. My heart, little darling, I'm talking about my heart.
Text me, Shaz.
Hearts are beating stronger.
Oh, my heart.
Thank you, Wanda.
Little girl, I want to thank you for just loving me. One thing I know, our love's gonna grow. Gonna last.
You remember me, the shots look good, Marco.
Yes, it will. There's something about you in your loving style. Makes my life living now, yes, more than worthwhile.
It's like an answer to a prayer from above.
Oh, yes, you came.
To my life and bless me with love. Hearts are beating strong.
It's beating strong.
Strong.
Now, baby.
Strong.
Oh, yeah.
Another great track. Picked by the one and only, the lovely Shaz Carr. So is this. This is Cookie Scott and the Chevelles. And I don't care. I love Shaz.
Once again, I've lost another friend who tried to turn me against you. Come what may, I'll always say, leaving you is something I'll never do. Why don't people say. Oh, darling, I'm gonna love you in your way. As far as someone taking your place, nothing to fear, I'll always be here with open arms and a smiling face. Funny how people can be so cold, sitting around wishing that love was cold. Sing that song they want to destroy all my happiness, all my joy. I don't care what the case. Lord, no. I'm gonna love you in your way. I'm gonna love you. Don't care what they say, Lord. I'm just gonna please you. Say it again. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes, I am.
No one can move you out. I'm with you. There's no doubt. No.
What a tune. Cookie Scott and the Chevelles, and I don't care. We're in the Shaz Corridor in LC's bar down in Liverpool. Witness, actually. If she's not dancing, I'm lost in the head. No, Georgie.
Hearts gone astray, deep in hurt when they go.
I know, Georgie.
I went away just when you need me.
Happy birthday, Shaz. We love you.
You won't regret. I've come back begging you. Won't you forget? Welcome love we once knew.
Kevin Wonder, get out of him.
Open up your eyes, then you realize. Here I stand with my everlasting love. Need you by my side, girl, to be my bride. You'll never be denied. Everlasting love from the very start. Open up your heart, feel that you fall. Everlasting love.
You're locker. I'll be doing a set from LC's bar next year.
Well, I really close. No one really knows. Since someone's there to show the way to lasting love. Life
I noticed that, Kev.
shines endlessly.
You're lovers, internet lovers.
Will be mine if eternal love. Whenever love went wrong, ours would still be strong. Would have our very own everlasting love. Open up your eyes, then you realize. Here I stand with my everlasting.
Sure, Ellis is still up.
Need you by my side, girl, to be my bride.
You okay, Sue?
Tonight's everlasting love from the very start. Open up your heart, feel
The great sound of Love Affair and Everlasting Love. This is James and Bobby Purify. A man can't be a man without a woman.
Wrapped up inside of you, but it won't do you no good, no good. No, you ain't got nobody to give it to. People need people, and honey, I sure need you.
Come on.
I got so much to give you, many things I wanna do for you.
Oh yeah.
But a man can't be a man without a woman. A man can't be a man without a woman.
Is that you, Shaz, talking? You need to get your own subscription, Shaz. Keep Coddy cocky.
I could be the only man on earth, and you the only woman too.
I just hope cocky was they called me a hunt.
But what good would we be to each other?
Fuck them.
What people usually do.
Come on.
I
Good
feel
on you,
so
Sue. You take care, darling.
Our love is oh so strong. Tell me what good is my love, if there's nobody to use it on. But a man can't be
What you didn't call me hun.
without a woman.
Give Shaz the phone.
Man can't be a man
Pass it over, cocky.
without a woman. But I just can't be the man that I want to be.
I want to hear from Shaz, cocky. No you.
Until you
Where are you, Shaz? Get cocky's phone off him.
make me believe that a man can't be a man without a woman. A man can't be a man without a
This is Shaz's song. I love Shaz. Mark and Beverly night. Everything's gonna be alright.
Lift your heart to the sky above. You know that there's a
Too much
better
info.
day. There's a better day, yeah. Hold on tight, don't you give up.
What's that, Georgie?
I'm dancing.
Find a way, love will find a way. You gotta hold on to the love in you so strong and feel it down in your soul. There's a light in you, come shining through it all, through it all. Gotta hold on tight, reach up high and say everything's gonna be alright. Yeah. Now I see the light shining
Go ahead.
from inside, saying everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sing it. Everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, sing it again. Sometimes it's hard to believe. I see it in your eyes and all the tears you've cried. But you know you can count on me. Together you and I, forever we're around. Love in you so strong, so strong.
We love you, Shaz.
There's a light in
What,
you,
Georgie?
come shining through it all, through it all, through it all. Gotta hold on tight, reach up high and say everything's gonna be alright. Now I see the light shining from inside and say everything's gonna be alright. Oh yeah.
Top.
Is that it? I've done it all right, aye. I bet I'm a sweetie. Cheers! Shaz!
Concentrate.
Right.
You're on that. And that. Right. But that. Don't press anything else. See if you forgot.
We give a tribute to the love and soul of music, the happiness of music. You here with my man, Mr. Michael Robinson. I'm your MC, Ron Carroll. And tonight is a night where we share this love together. We flow together. We groove
It's
together.
Porky's favourite tune.
Come on.
Happy birthday, Shaz. Love you, beer.
Love is in the air. If you feel that, raise your hands in the air. Let's do this thing. Come on. So much peace, so much love. Like back in the days.
Come on, Porky.
So clap your hands with us. Join in this tribute of love, of sound, of music together. Come on, y'all.
Here we go again. You know this world is crazy. You never know. And you just can't be lazy. Spend a little time with the one who loves you. You never know. Just where this world will lead you. Need a little air to get this weight off my shoulder. Nowhere to run. Let's make this love last longer. Out into the night where the light is brighter. And make my love much lighter. We need some love to share in. Let's have a good time together. And with this love you're feeling, let's have a good time together. We need some hope to share in. Let's have a good time together. And with this love you're feeling, let's have a good time together.
Come on. Your love, your love, your love, your sing it, Mike. Out into the club and let the music take you.
Come on, sing it, Cookie.
And let the music teach you. Time is moving on, it never stops for no one. Just wanna have some fun, y'all. Said I need some air to get this weight off my shoulder. Nowhere to run. Just let this love last longer. Out into the night where the light much brighter. And make my love much lighter. You need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together. And make this love a feeling. Let's have a good time together. We need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together. And make this love a feeling. Let's have a good time together. We need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together. And make this love a feeling. Let's have a good time together. We need some hope. Let's
One,
have
Joe.
a good time together.
She's not coming back. That's what I love about that track. Is you need to finish it then, but because it's Georgie, he picked it for Shaz.
Let's have a good time together. Raise your hands way up and let's feel good together.
We won't forget
It's
the
all
cause.
right. Tonight it doesn't matter
Oh,
what
you
you're
finish it
wearing,
then.
what you got on. It doesn't matter. It's about that music. If it's love that you're feeling, we can do this thing together. Because here we go again. You know the world has gone completely crazy. And you know in this world today, you can't even be lazy. Oh, yeah. But sometimes we need some air to get this weight off our shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Let's make this love last tonight. Let's make it feel all right. Do you feel all right? Let's do it. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Do you feel this thing tonight? And if you feel it, say yeah. Say yeah. If you feel all right, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah.
So,
It's been a long time since I slept. You know that's why I need your help. Tell me how. Oh yeah, I got to know how. Tell me how. Oh baby, somebody tell me, 'cause I got to know how to forget a true love that let me go. Somebody tell me, 'cause I got to know. Somebody tell me.
why me? And, oh, I don't know what's happened here.
Birthday, behave.
I know it's Sharon's birthday, but
Stop swearing.
you turned that phone off. I'm trying to organise things here and do things, and you're just doing my nothing, as always. Right, where are we going? Shazcore. We love Shazcore. Concentrate, Tommy. She's got to be sitting beside me now. She's got to do my nothing. Thank you, Priscilla. should have been better if Jersey just leave me alone. But it's all for Shazcore. She's wow, wonderful.
So humbly I ask of you to undo the wrong that you've done. Please go to him, tell him before he finds someone new.
I'm going to play Shazzy's tracks until 11 o'clock, and then I'm going into a Shazcore tribute. You don't know what I'm going to play, but I'm going to get a Shazcore tribute, and it's not what I just last. Stay with me if you want. We'll finish at 11:30, and then you can go to bed, guys. The cars will not go to bed. That's a fact. I love you guys.
For once in your life, consider another's feelings. Confess untrue that you claim conceal. Please go to him, tell him before he finds someone new. 'Cause if I ever lose him, I don't know what I'd do. 'Cause he's all I've got.
She'll never lose Cocky. He's a man.
Since the day
Who's a man, Cocky?
I would gladly go to him.
Good evening, Phil.
Asking you, but there might be a
Shit hit the fan at work. No problem, Phil.
gossip might have
It's nice to know you're still working, pal. And listen to the show.
I ask of you, please undo the wrong that you've done. 'Cause without his love, I know I can't go on.
Shazcore's birthday. Tomorrow. We love her. She's been absolutely fantastic with me. I love her. And Cocky. These are all Shazcore's tunes.
For days and days.
This is Cold Blood. Shazcore's a good woman.
I said I know
That's Cocky.
that you got another woman
Better not Cocky.
somewhere around.
Better not Cocky.
But hey, I'm a good woman.
Tell him, Shaz.
I'm a good woman. Such a good woman. So don't treat me like dirt. Oh, listen here, I don't go nowhere. You know you don't even take me out. If I
Take her out, Cocky.
dress, baby,
Got the Liverpool bar.
you is so
Great place.
fine. But even my next door neighbor, you're gonna
How's
shake
it?
my hand. They're all around there talking, even my so-called friend. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move away from here.
With this.
I ain't gonna return anymore. Such a good woman.
Hey, boy.
Such a good woman. Such a good woman. Such a good But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move away from here. Lord, I ain't gonna return anymore. Such a good woman. Such a good woman. But you know only one thing. Do you know only one thing? I'd rather change.
That was Cold Blood and I'm a Good Woman. That's the 4 Pros. Just another girl.
Oh, you say that your baby heard you, that she's gone and left you blue now. Boy, you got to get together, you got to find somebody new. Girls will come and go, but this you ought to know now.
It's lucky this is for Shaz.
Can let one girl get you down.
I love it.
Make you walk real slow now. Tell her there's too many fish to see. That you're gonna set her free. Got to tell her she's just another girl. Hey, baby, you're just another girl. Get the kid to see just another girl. Got to tell her she's just another girl. Now, friend, you better take my advice, 'cause you know that the girl she just ain't right now. Cause she had a game of life, 'cause she thought she was a man delight now. Boy, you better take my advice, 'cause you know that the girl is just not right now. Tell her love has got to be, you got to tell her that you and her are through now. Tell her that the bend your ways, or she might be gone the day I said that she's just another girl. Got to tell you she's just Now, boy, you better take my advice, 'cause you know that the girl, she just ain't right now. Tell her love has got to be true. You got to tell her that you and
Gotta get my own drink, Callie. Terrible.
better take my advice.
Georgie drinks all my brandy. I've need left.
I'm retired.
Drinks all my brandy.
I'm retired.
I'm scared to leave brandy in the house. Georgie drinks all.
I'm retired.
I'm not giving a shit, Georgie. She likes brandy better than me. Come on, Shaz. Just another girl. The Four Pros and Just Another Girl. Shaz has become our friends since we met them in Blackpool, Shaz and Corky, at the pub 3 years ago, whatever it was. And I always remember Georgie saying to me, they're just so like us. They're just our kind of people. And knowing them throughout this 3-4 year period, they are like that. They're just us. There's no expectations or anything about them. They're just the same as me and Georgie. And that's why we've grown to love them. And it's her birthday tomorrow. And she's one of the nicest, loveliest women you'll ever meet. She organised me to go down and play at Cinnamon Brow. She organised the buses and she just every hotel. You don't find people like that nowadays. And
You do on the sofa.
and your soul family you do, but I mean
Everybody's like that.
I just love her to bits. And I can always remember one thing at Cinnamon Brow when she'd organised the buses to come and pick us up from the hotel to take us to Cinnamon Brow. And they were late. And she was panicking. And I kept saying, it's okay, Shaz, don't worry about it. I says, they'll probably come. They'll come. She got madder and madder when they didn't go.
But
And
they
I
did
thought to myself,
eventually.
better help my taxi driver when he does arrive, because old Shaz will do him. But
They're
that's what I love about the soul family that we've got together. They're so nice and they're just us. There's no...
Stay up, Charles. There's a wee surprise coming.
Yes, well, Georgie, I was just...
No, she's talking.
I just got to say that. We've just listened to, how many minutes? 55 minutes of Shaz's tunes that's requested on the show. But I'm going to do a wee Shaz special. Half-hour special after this. This is Dion Jackson. Come back, baby.
You're quite right, Corky. The t-shirt didn't fit.
That's why it started with. T-shirts didn't fit. Blackpool.
Who do you think you're fooling? Saying you don't need nobody.
She was different class.
Now you right to to me and
Then
tell me
they used to
you
get a
no
CD, they
longer
used to
wanna
fight
be
over it.
alone.
No,
You
the
wanna
brick.
know if I
it was
forgive
a
you
good time.
and you want
Cheers,
to
Bruce,
come
brick.
back home. Well, I still got my pride.
And then we found out that Corky met Jethro over in America when he worked here.
I'm sitting in the railroad station waiting for the train to come in. My heart beating so fast, 'cause I'm gonna see my baby again. We had a silly quarrel a few nights ago. She said she didn't want me, she didn't need my love no more. I'll forget about the past, gonna see my love at last. It's alright. Tell me what you say now. Tell me a little bit louder. Just a little bit louder, yeah. Talk about it, baby.
One of the great things to Ellis, she looks after everybody. She's like yourself, a diamond. They mean the world to me, and I can spot them a mile away.
Everybody in the soul family, when they meet somebody, they feel like they've known them for years. It's brilliant.
Nothing seems to go right. All at once.
Remember Corky saying to me at the pub in Blackpool, I think she's your biggest fan.
Baby, everything's alright.
Shaz cool. I never met her, but when I did, I loved her. And I was so privileged to meet her sons when we were at Cinnamon Brow. And what she done for us at Cinnamon Brow, fantastic. Diamond. It's only word that means anything, Shaz. So, that's quite a few tracks that Shaz has picked as requests on the show. But I always remember when she done her threesome before 8 and she picked this band, and I done her CD, and I remember saying to Georgie when I was doing it, I says, look, see some of these songs, people forget. Shazzy's threesome before 8 was by the Drifters.
Cheers, Shaz.
So I'm going to do a Drifters half hour for the loveliest woman in the world, Shaz Cox.
It's such a small town girl. News travels faster than a sigh.
It's fluff up. I love this.
I'm watching catch up.
So every time we meet upon the street,
Hi,
we've
Priscilla.
got to keep it.
Good night, Priscilla. Thank you for tuning in.
Go say hi.
Hi, Priscilla. No, she's been in for the start. My sisters and brothers
We'll wave to each other. We don't want all the world to know we are really lovers. So we'll talk about the weather till we're alone together. And all the world will fade and die. And baby,
hope you and
there is only
Corky are having a wee smoochy.
Corky's too old for that, Georgia.
So is Stevie Booth.
Lovely
Shaz,
Stevie Booth and
that's your
Debbie.
brother from another.
Mother.
sometimes it's hard to hide.
Stevie Booth and Debbie were out with
Emotion.
Martin Barlow and Mags today. I do.
I wanna tell the world I love you, but I dare not say yes.
Well done, Shaz, you've got a train.
Only one way we can play it.
Shaz, I'm retiring. Tom will be pouring all my drinks.
My sister and brother,
We gotta play a hitman to kill her before she retires.
we don't want all the world
Oh, we're going to have a great time.
we are really
We're
gonna
going
visit the family.
Visit the family.
about the weather.
Gotta be brilliant.
We're alone together.
So looking forward to it. Got to visit the family.
Got to visit everybody.
And I'm going to bring all my equipment with me.
Oh, look.
And I'm going to do my Sunday shows from some of your houses
Yes.
on a Sunday night. You know, all you need to have is good internet.
And electricity.
Aye, and electricity. And my Q&Z export. TeeBee over there. I know Alec Mack's sorting it all out now. Is my wee darling Pat down the stairs yet, Alec?
No, we're not warning you, Sue.
No, it's a surprise. Can't warn you. Got to just turn up.
Tab's got all your addresses. You know, the t-shirts and everything, so we can where you stay.
And all your bank details, just in case you mess me up.
He's got an empty Tesco's.
I get an offer, Cocky. It's only a tenner. I love the Drifters. So does Shazcar. This is still burning in my heart. It's strange, but the family's been together for a few years. But Shazcar and Deep Penman have got an infinity between each other with music. Because they seem to pick the same songs. Am I right, Shaz? Shaz picked this, so did Deep. From the Drifters.
It's alright, Alec. Just get a wee kiss, maybe.
No problem, Shaz. Just tell her we love her.
Sharon says it's my secret.
How many brothers have you got, Shaz?
From another.
What am I, Shaz? Can't be your brother. Too young. Oh, garbage chamber. Sorry, Alec.
Oh, you're a favourite brother.
I'm the daddy.
Oh, Alec.
Don't mention it. People don't know this, but I was in Scum.
Oh, you weren't?
I wasn't the daddy, but I was in Scum. In the film. At the end.
Oh, take care, Alec.
Unbelievable this woman's with you.
Oh,
Breaks my...
Bruno's was brilliant, Sue. Right, another record.
Oh, aye, Bruno's that right. Brilliant. But I just want to let people know I was so honoured to go and meet Alec and Pat with Georgie down in Scunthorpe. And what an absolutely lovely lady. And
Doncaster, is it not?
no, Scunthorpe. And
Oh, is that where we went?
you would not believe what this poor lady has been through and is still going through. And then to top it all, she fell last week and she broke her nose and her ribs and everything. Oh, it absolutely breaks my heart. I absolutely love it.
Alec's doing a great job looking after her.
He is the man.
Right.
We'll never.
Then he can't.
But I just love this wee woman. She's just so. But we're doing Shazzy's birthday celebrations early. She loves the Drifters. Probably more than Corky. Don't tell the Drifters.
It's such a small town girl.
From Witness.
Travels faster than a sigh.
Oh, George was green that night.
Everybody wants
Remember, in the room, we had the after party in the morning, George was green.
I remember that.
Oh, he was out, Sue.
But Sue told us why.
Oh, he was drunk.
Did you not say he has too many drinks and he goes green?
Sue wants to get back.
I was scared he was going to turn into the Hulk.
I bet. Sue wants to get back. It's through there. It's changed it, isn't it?
What, Cinnamon?
No, Bruno's.
Oh no, it's shut down. So it was a good venue, wasn't it?
Oh, it was lovely.
Right. Cinnamon Brill take a bit of beating them. I loved it. I was talking to Addy the other week. Can't go back there, but they're putting on live bands and everything there, but I just love the place.
Sometimes it's hard to hide.
I know.
Up emotion.
But it's not about, it wasn't about the Deacons or anything like that. It was just a nice venue, wasn't it, Corky? When we all went down it. And I love what Addy and Mandy done. It was nice.
Brilliant dance floor and everything.
Brilliant. And some of the people that come there, unbelievable.
We had a surprise, Tony and Jilly.
Josh.
Aye, that was Shaz. Oh, it's a brilliant dance floor.
Just a nice place. But it went tits up.
And Shaz got Tony Wood and Jilly to come and Tosh. A surprise.
That's your Shaz. I knew it was her that got Johnny and Jilly to come.
Yeah, didn't you?
Well, I told her about Johnny and Jilly thinking about it, but I didn't know about Tosh, and she knew about Tosh. Because Corky and Shaz came Tosh well. Tosh trying to sell them TeeBee's stuff and get it ready.
We'll wait
For each other,
we don't want all the world to know.
we are real lovers, so we'll talk about the weather.
Definitely, Corky.
And baby, there is only
You and I.
Brilliant, Marco and Lady Fiona. I love you.
we don't want
Oh, Sue, it's your first Fergie time. Ages.
Who's first Fergie time?
In a while, Sue.
Oh, in a while, I see.
Sue.
Aye, because she doesn't stay up.
Where's George?
She always says, play my tune before 8 o'clock. But she's getting better. I told her. Getting the gallbladder out. Best thing ever
I
happened.
caps are just done.
Your baby got a jumping.
in case you get to thinking that you've been took.
You're more than a number.
Written in my little red book.
I'll be Bobby and Wendy's song.
Oh, baby, give us a chance.
They were sitting in the back row.
The small town rumors in our first real romance. Now I'll admit I've loved you,
Hi, Ruth.
but there was never one
What, Jan?
like
Clear.
you.
Phyllis.
So, darling,
Phyllis, get your bed, you'll be working them up.
the things they say.
You have to stop staying up for this Fergie time.
More than a number in my little red book.
You'll get the sack, Phyllis.
Than a one-night day.
And I'm not playing it tonight.
Aye, he is.
No, no.
I'm the boss, Ruth.
I played it last week.
Babe, you had it jumping.
Cause you're more than a number in my little red book.
You're more than a one-night stand.
Hi, Anthony.
You get to thinking
Dad.
You sorry, Corky. I'll be there.
more than a number.
I'm and he's always there.
Always.
I'm and he does.
Can't wait to meet them. I like to meet people I've never met before.
You gave me a sign.
Because we know that they're be nice people.
Aye. But we will next year.
We'll come to Oldham.
Oh, we will.
Trying to put
What is it, Limestone?
knock me down in my
Village. Come on.
oh darling.
Get Daz to get the export in.
Words they say.
TeeBee's
All
coming.
day the show.
You're more than a number in my little red book.
Sounds good, Corky. I love my Sonic calls. I can do a handshake.
All I had to take
Oh,
just one
so
look.
sorry, Ruth.
My heart began a thumping. Baby,
Oh.
had it jumping. 'Cause you're more than a number
Sad thing,
in
all
my
right,
little
Dan.
red book. You're more than a one-night
I'm Mrs.
stand.
Pineapple.
more than a number written in my little red. You take care of it, Phil. We love you.
Ruth, that's why I'm retiring. Life's too short.
You're more than a one-night stay.
I want to meet everybody.
All I had to take me was just one look. My heart began to thumping.
So when Shaz picked her threesome before 8, which was the Drifters, and I was going through my library and I found this tune, and I thought, that's the best tune on our threesome before 8.
Oh, the Drifters then. Aye.
It's called Looks Like I'm a Clown
Honestly, Ruth, that's why
from
I'm retiring.
1974.
I want to join this girl.
Listen to this, Sharp Jersey.
Yeah.
Been a while since I told Jersey it's Sharp.
Did you ever get real hurt and tell yourself you'll never love again?
Whoa.
Oh, you're not going back to Guernsey, are you? Corky.
Looking back, I know I felt that way.
Another holiday, how long?
I gave you everything,
Coming back from
nevertheless. I'm taking everything
right, go.
on this time. Then I saw you with him, and now I'm in a
I know Ruth, right now.
It looks like I'm a clown.
Borrowed time, darling.
This is like Ruth. The family and the music.
And it's strange how the star of the show
What kind of books, Marco?
The last song.
It looks like I'm the fool again. I'm the fool again.
Got to hide them little red books, man.
I thought the rumor
They'll get you into trouble.
lies. And here I
I don't want to be phoning Fiona tomorrow. He's got a red
I
book.
thought you meant a bookie book.
We love our nights with you as well, Ruth.
I'll be there.
It means the world to us. And probably the moment things like this, for Shaz Cor's birthday tomorrow, they're special. People have got to go to bed because they've got work in the morning. The great thing is, they can watch it on Culture tomorrow.
It looks like I'm the clown again. I'm the clown again. And it's strange how the star of the show
Alright, Corky, cool.
is always the last.
What are you dressing up as?
It looks like I'm the fool again.
No,
I'm the fool again.
Is it the top shelf, Marco?
Top shelf.
Top shelf.
And
Fiona!
I'm the clown in the whole world's eyes.
A clown.
We always do that, Corky. Shaz told me.
You brought it all
What's
back
wrong with our
again.
feet?
Now what can I do?
It looks like I'm the clown again. I'm
Well
the
done,
clown again.
Ah, you'll get it this year, George.
And it's strange
They'll not be
how the
cancelled,
star
Richard.
of the show is always the last to know. And it looks like I'm the fool again. I'm the fool again.
Is Shaz dancing?
And here I
You sure you can act normal, Corky?
am, the whole world
That'll be hard for you.
like I'm the clown again.
Better ask Shaz if she's got lessons.
And it's strange how the star
Oh, I love this.
One of the great tunes from the
Some of my
Drifters.
favourites.
Just pour your little heart out, Corky. We know you love tribute. Even George Ellis knows you love tribute. It's all about.
I don't like to see you like this. You look so sad.
We're going to see Gladys Knight, George. Again, she's brilliant, I know.
And pour your little heart.
Good idea.
I wanna help you, so let me be your friend. Just 'cause you lost him, the world won't end.
Aye, we know you here.
Sing the tune. No, the air, George.
Next time your dreams might get off the ground.
I want you to share.
Try, man.
That's.
You give me a chance.
Oh my God, yeah.
I forgot he got his seat Julie right. Got the penalties as well.
They have plans in motion. Michael and Linda and Cora will be there.
And pour your little heart out.
I think you were showing me Daz's. No, but look, Daz's.
Just tell me what it's all about.
I'm not a whiskey drinker. I would probably keep it and give it to Alec McBride because he's got some whiskies in his day. But I watch the Moonshiners and
Vodka's a way to get some more vodka.
I can't believe you don't got any vodka.
I feel like Jack Daniels.
Just phone booze at us,
Hi,
Corky.
Daz.
Phone booze at us. Bet it does, Daz. I have tasted moonshine before.
Come on, girl, and talk to me.
I can imagine, Daz. Keep that for me coming down to Oldham.
Moonshine.
That through the week
Keep away from Corky.
can't go out with me.
Captain
Forgets to buy
Hawkins.
the vodka.
But when the
Or dead
weekend
fingers.
comes around,
There's nearly never
We
sees
know.
back.
where we will be
Not allowed to sing.
Taxi for Corky.
kissing in the back row of the
Get to the office.
on a Saturday night with you,
Like this.
holding hands together,
Get to that age, you stop that kissing to you.
holding hands together, yeah.
Didn't even hold hands.
Smooching in the back row of the movies on a Saturday night with you.
Come on, guys.
Oh, we could stay forever, you and I. We could stay forever, you and I. Hugging and a kissing in the back
Sounds good, Daz.
of the movies.
You like this
Probably no leave the village that night.
'Cause you're my steady day.
Happy birthday, Shaq.
Monday through to
I love you, Shaz. Happy birthday, Ron.
I'll leave you at the gate, yeah.
We'll bring your present down to Haydock. I've not decided what I'm going to buy yet.
A t-shirt that doesn't fit.
But when the weekend comes,
It might just be me. Your birthday present. Of the movies on a Saturday night. We'll be there, Daz. Don't worry.
holding hands together, you and I.
I checked you at the sat nav, the village. I'll be there.
Can't get it to it.
We bring McEwen's with us, Martin. I never leave the house without them. Anywhere I go.
You and I, hugging and a kissing in the back row of the moon.
Can't remember how many cans of McEwen's we've left in baths and sinks in hotels all over the UK and Europe. Because I take them with me.
Alone at night
Yeah.
and watch TV.
He was in the center there.
But I still think of
That
you.
was the,
And I
He's on.
am in the
He-
game drop by. We share a joke or two, yeah. You know they don't knock on my door after Friday night for sure.
what's the,
'Cause when the weekend comes, they know just
Hey.
where I'll be.
the days, boy.
Going up the desk is here.
Movies on a Saturday night,
Getting the wrong address.
Aye.
But then,
holding hands together,
you and I.
holding hands together. Oh yeah, smooching in the back row of
Hi, ladies, coming up.
on a Saturday night
Can't even
We'll be
to
there.
me.
We'll be there for you.
You and I, we could
With McEwen's.
you and I, hugging and a kissing in the back row of the movies. Yeah, hugging and a kissing
Is it very posh, Daz? What are you doing staying there? If it's posh. You'll stick out like a sore thumb, Daz, if it's posh in the village in Oldham, where you are. But it doesn't matter if they're posh or if they're eloquent or if they're upper class to me. I can go anywhere I want and I can fit in.
And you'll just be the same.
Because I always bring my Q&S export with me.
But Corky's got 100 bottles of tonic for a tenner, so he's got some vodka and gin to accompany it. So here goes.
I thought you'd run out of vodka.
No, he went to the house to get some more.
Oh, that's my Corky. He's always got supplies in the back.
It's Chaz's birthday, remember?
Oh. She never talked to me that way.
The railroad station, honey.
The drifters.
Chaz is ringing it.
Overheard a conversation, honey.
Honey.
You were talking to a guy named Jim. The things that you were telling him, you just talk and talk so endlessly. Tears filled my eyes, I could not see. You never talked to me that
The villagers have no noticed yet, Daz. That Daz and Anne-Marie are winging it. But we love them.
where you talk about your past and future, honey.
Happy vodka
About
tonic,
the
Sue.
kind of
Be careful with that vodka, Sue.
You're definitely
That's
better,
the devil's
Sue.
poison. You'll end up batting poor George.
him, oh, what a man should do.
I didn't
Ever
drink
he
vodka.
wants
You're not allowed to drink
I
vodka.
don't like it.
She battered me.
You talk and talk so endlessly. Tears fill my eyes, I could not see. You never
Stick to the wine.
to me that way, honey.
Oh, honey.
Oh, honey. You told me there'd never be anyone else for you.
Marco, that's my
Thank you,
birthday.
Marco.
For your love was
We'll
true.
put it in the plan, Marco. Thank you, pal.
My birthday's the 7th
How
of June.
could you do this to me?
She'll be 62.
Making me cry like that. Oh, my
But I'll be
heart
retired.
died like that.
I feel like I'm running about with an old
Stars came out of
No,
the railroad
So, yeah.
station, honey.
62.
Oh,
Phone the funeral director.
carry on your conversation,
Honey. But June sounds
Then he
good.
kissed you,
George's
and I heard you sigh. It was time for
Cost me a fortune
me
every
to
year.
say goodbye. You just kissed and kissed so endlessly. Tears filled my eyes.
Yes, I know you've been through something, George. Hope everything goes okay, pal.
Never kissed me that way, honey.
Don't touch your vodka.
Honey,
Russian poison.
I love you, honey.
Don't touch vodka. Russian poison.
Is Mama Lewis alright, Corky?
Who?
He's just checking on Mama Lewis.
I would, Kurt, Sharon's mum. What was her name? We met her. We met her. It's a lovely woman. So, that was a lot. Some of the great drifters tunes that I'll put into Shaz Cause Threesome Before 8, because she loved the drifters. So I'm going to finish, Renee, that's her name, lovely lady. So I'm going to finish tonight with one of my favourite
But we're not finishing the new hour, we?
drifters tunes. Georgie Albus said,
a wee half an hour. I'm just getting into it.
oh, see, this is,
I'm off the morn.
but Georgie,
Go. I'll do it then.
see, you just annoy me all the time. I'm trying to sort things out. I'll do it. You didn't even get how you do it.
I do.
We're at the club. It's called LC's Club in Liverpool.
Corky wants another half an hour.
Finally come around.
Well, let's give Corky another half hour.
Hey!
And me and my baby,
Well, it was Shazzy's hour.
first spot we found.
Corky's only the man that looks after
I
Shaz.
was
We're gonna forget our cares and dance on into the night. Down at the club, where everything is out of sight.
I've got an idea.
Down at the club, we're gonna say
Corky and Shaz always
it's alright.
loved and wanted some of my soulful house mixes,
For 2 bits and a dollar,
especially the Jethro and Corky Fergie time mix.
oh yes they do. And the band
Let's take it out, Tommy.
till everybody tell them to. And when they play that slow dance, you
Let's dance the night
can
away.
hold your baby tight down at the club. Whoa, everything is out of sight. Down at the club, we're gonna
Try it.
They got lots of pretty dancing girls for the fellow. Well, you better watch out in case your
You're the
baby
best for me.
get jealous. Now some people might
See the
like
new Drifters were playing a set in Tenerife
Oh,
the other
definitely.
week. It's all changed. The singers, I seen them in Benidorm. They were shite.
Marco, I was due on the 6th of the 6th, 1960, and I was 15 minutes late.
She's the devil child.
Devil child.
6 of the 6th.
60. I was 15 minutes late.
Thank God.
And I was born in Cape Town, South Africa.
666.
So Tam was quite
I
lucky.
still believe there's a
I've
lot
put
of
it down.
666. Call Damien now again. We'll have a wee Georgie's retirement party
Aye,
for
we've
us
got to have a
all.
party.
For the Soul family.
Definitely.
At the club, the Drifters, for Mike Paul Sass. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a very good time that a lot of people loved a wee back then, that I done your night for Corky and Jethro, who were the two guys up that night and loved it to bits. And I believe they still play this to this day. We're going to do a bit of house music.
Oh, you'll love this.
See, Corky, I wouldn't believe Corky and Jethro Jones would take to this type of music, but they do, and that's what I love about them. They're people that have ears. They're not vision.
You better order some
I
new
don't.
CDs.
I just like Northern Soul. I just like this. They've got ears.
We love all kinds
They
of
love music.
Yeah.
So here we go. It's everything. Corky, Jethro Jones.
Oh, he's got it in his car all the time. Is it yours or Sharon's, Corky?
I remember watching Corky coming home from work, and he videoed himself driving home, and this CD was playing, so I knew he liked it.
Oh, it's yours, Corky, is it?
That's probably Shaz saying it's mine. They've probably battered
They
each other.
used to fight over it.
Did I not send 2 copies? Shaz will have it on USB. Here's a great track. There's some good tracks on this. Marco. From Leeds Bradford Airport.
Well, I'm still in pick 2 tunes.
I think, but you wrote a lot. Aye, we're going on the motorway, Corky. You had these tracks.
It's on the USB.
Aye, Shaz will have it on the USB. She's got the fancy car. Corky ends up with the rubbish.
No, they give
Aye, get the boy. That's it.
Oh, what do you say? Thank you.
It's a great thing now. Having the memories of all them CDs.
Thanks, Sue.
And I've spoken to people that I've met and said to me, see that CD done for the lads' night, Johnny Wood. They loved it. Great memories.
Tell them about the YouTube CD. The YouTube mix that you want. The very first time.
Oh, man. I don't like talking through music, but it's nice to talk through music. I done a CD way back in 2013 when I joined Mixcloud. It was one of my first ever CDs I put up on Mixcloud. It was called Northern Soul 1 Mix. And I checked it yesterday for the first time in a long time.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. It's had 175,000 plays. 2,000 comments, and I went through the comments, and there's people from all over the world saying, unbelievable, how that music takes me back to Britain in the 70s, Northern Britain in the 70s, there's that. And one lady says, I play it every time when I'm feeling down. She says, sometimes 3-4 times a week. You don't realise sometimes how music hits people and affects people.
Helps them.
And helps them.
So you'll get back to normal soon, darling.
I know you do, Alec Mac. We are called people with ears. People that are tunnel vision.
Alec, the 70s are the best.
Don't know about music. We're so lucky that we've lived in a generation to hear absolutely fantastic music. I pity help the kids in the future listening to that fucking shite they're listening to now. I would put a gun to that. We've lived in a great generation. And we can still find great music that we've never heard before.
Unbelievable. And I've got to have an update. Carry on trying to pick new stars.
I think this 300 show tonight was probably one of the best and most hardest for the pickers to pick from, because there was a lot of great tunes in there.
Well, can you put my name back in?
No. You've got to do it, Georgie.
Oh, I can.
I told you not to put your name in, but you wanted to put it in. Thursday night. Right.
Aye, but I didn't realise it was going to be so hard.
Well, a minute, Georgie. We're working. She's actually upping in it, Georgie. I've no mixed in. This is Michael Shivani.
Hi, Nelly.
Who's that?
Nelly.
Nelly's Linda Neville.
Aye. That's what I'm saying. I'm just calling her Nelly, because when it comes up like that, I think it's Nelly.
Linda Neville should be in her bed now.
No, she shouldn't, eh?
Is she up celebrating with us? 2-1 win of Spurs.
Didn't mention football, it was a bad day.
C6 Steve. Unbelievable, Corky. People that have not heard of C6 Steve. An amazing guy. I'm not really into Tchaikovsky. I hated the Russians when they beat me at poker. The Sex Pistols really annoyed me.
I liked
Hated
T-Rex.
the punk
I love
era.
T-Rex.
Hated the punk era. We used to batter punks on a Saturday night.
Didn't like that.
No, they had the fights and breaking beats. Yeah. The Soul Boys, the Buds. Us Scots used to battle the punks.
How's Sharon on it?
Come on, Chaz. You're up. You and Renee. Mama, Renee. Brilliant. Lucky. We want every New Year's Eve. We'll not miss it. See, people who hasn't that show, different class.
Radio locks up under the Friday night.
Tony Prince. Tony Prince. But Jules Holland, New Year's. She's some of the artists. Yes, George. As a Scotsman, a lot of the Scots watch all the Scottish things for all that design and all that.
That's where
For me,
Adele.
we watch Jules Holland every year in the house together.
Adele was that's when she first
Some of the coloured artists, what was that? The woman.
Aye, they've been there for what they go for years. Gets them all.
Absolutely brilliant. Then you know her name, and then he brings her on, and her voice, amazing. And he's diverse in what he picks. Then he doesn't choose a select genre. Aye, different song. Good.
A lot of young.
Aye, good. That's right, Con. Recorded in September. Probably right, Ali, because I think we've got to do all that, isn't it, for the television. But
Marco.
how awkward would it be though, Ali, having a New Year's party in September if you were part of the audience of Jules Holland? As a Scotsman, it wouldn't feel right for me.
Marco.
Craig Charles and Got One. Beat it. I watched them on Millionaire last night. Craig Charles.
Marco, I wish I'd stole his notes. He was showing me all his notes in his book. I wish I'd took them home with me. All his tunes.
You still wouldn't be able to pick.
He kept saying, write everything down. I should have took the book.
No.
Wasted time. All I really
What's
want is to
wrong
say
with
I
him?
love you. Was it the love that we shared in the past? You know I need you.
I never heard none, dude.
Loving true with eyes. Should I close my eyes? You know I want you. Show me the way.
So strange when we all watch Jules Holland on New Year's Eve. So it brings the family together. What was that, Ruth? I didn't hear nothing about him, Ruth. Ruth knows something I don't know. Is he a wrong one, Ruth? Has he done something wrong? I've not heard that. You go and look after the cat, Shaz.
Okay, Charles. Love you.
Yes, Alex said that, Ruth. It's recorded. It should be live. Why is it not live?
COVID and that,
It should never be recorded.
Aye, but the last couple of years, COVID and that. What's still going on, hasn't it?
No, but did you know that the early years, it was live? Because someone, when he spoke to the artist, he swore and things like that. So you knew it was live. But they've changed it now. They've probably changed it because...
Okay, Shaz, take care.
I love you, Shaz. We're going downtown, LA style, with Corky Carr and Mr. Jethro Jones. I didn't know that, Ruth.
No, neither
I
did
didn't know that. Seems strange they would do that. Should be live. Strange. I've been live for 300 shows,
Yeah, that's unreal.
but I don't think the BBC would have me on.
I don't
Because I
think
can
so.
swear now and again.
Aye.
It's the Billy Connolly in me.
Definitely wouldn't let you in.
My wee Julie's still there, my wee pocket rocket. I love it a bit.
Hi, Julie, darling.
You know why? She's waiting on Marvin. She'll look at her bed till she hears Marvin. Brilliant. Aye, Nile Rodgers. You know when he stole the show at Glastonbury? Chic and Nile Rodgers. I thought it was absolutely different class. That's the BBC, Alec. Yes, I know what you're talking about. They're a snowflake company because they're shite fear that somebody swears or something happens that they could be liable for. Strange.
That could happen here.
No, but that's true. But you see them.
Well, this is
That's
live.
why they record it, because they're scared that something happening or something being said that makes them liable.
We could be liable.
We're fucking lucky we're not liable. Cost me a fortune. Just as if you buy it because I'm skint.
Oh, I'm retiring now.
I don't know, George. You maybe did. Some man like Nile Rodgers.
Oh, he's brilliant.
So cool. I met him. So cool. Gotta get up. Gotta get up. Woo! Are you feeling it, Ruth Claire? Never mind Joe Holland. What about TeeBee's, man? You probably got this, Ruth Claire. We love Ruth Claire. Love Sharon Scott. We love Alec Matt.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Julie. Was that you? We got our boosters
Love
last
Matt.
week and we were alright. Julie got her boosters. She wasn't there. She was sick.
Everybody's different, Joey. We were okay, thank God. But other people might be affected.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
How's Scotty coming here tomorrow?
No, he's got his. He's away with Sharon with the car.
With his car. It's a shame the cars have got an immersion.
But they'll get it on a CD or a stick.
That's pets for you. They're lovely things, but they can cause you so much pain. Dogs and cats.
Aye, we got our,
We love them, but
Matt, we got our booster 2 weeks ago. The flu jug in one arm and the booster.
yeah, that's us.
But we've been fine with all of them. But everybody's different.
We can now go swimming with sharks. Council no touch us.
The only guy can swim in the sharks is in Scotland on Priest.
Mauritius, we not got Mauritius.
No,
I've got a wee shark pile in Mauritius, I want you guys to see.
no, I didn't think so.
No, but I'm saying, can you get booster jag and
Everybody's different.
everybody's been lucky. It's not affected us, very lucky.
We've been on
And I feel for people that it has affected. And I also love the cause attitude. Because they decided otherwise they didn't want to do it. I respect everybody's,
decision.
yes, every day. We're all individuals. But we're in a soul family. I don't think there's ever been a soul family created like this.
Never.
I've been in a few
They're all friends.
over the years.
We're the families.
None like we've got now. No idiots. How does that happen?
No, the booster's different from the first two you had.
I think it's the individual suit. It doesn't matter if it was the AstraZeneca or what, when he got it. Might have picked.
The boosters are different. It's different.
No, the booster. The booster's only like a top of
Aye,
cat.
but it's not the AstraZeneca. Think about it. It's different. It's the other one.
Pfizer.
It's the Pfizer.
We got the AstraZeneca's
Twice. And
twice, and then we got the Pfizer. It's the booster. But it's just about everybody individually. Like, some people, I've got friends that were seriously affected with them, but we've been great. Lucky. You know, we could have ended up feeling rotten as well, but no. Everybody's going to get this through their lifetime. Deal with it. Deal with it.
Well, you've been doing me wrong ever since I let you in, yeah. But it's your
Take more than a virus to kill me.
Aye, Julie, buy a happy soon as well.
I'll need a big bullet.
It's you, baby, it's you. I've got a bad baby. And baby, it's you.
You've got to think that way, Sue. You've got underlying conditions. It's all about making choices for yourself. And it's your decision, nobody else's. Don't let anybody tell you different. You think it's not right, don't do it. That's the way it works.
We've only got to get the flu jab, but then we decided.
That's what I'm sure. Everybody's different. But at least we've got to a stage now
Well
where
done, Matt.
it's not killing people as much as it was.
It's you, oh you, yeah. Oh you, yeah. Oh you, yeah. Yeah, you.
Let's blame the Chinese.
Oh you.
He started it.
It's you.
Let's bomb the Chinese.
AM, who's knocking at my door? It's a lady for you, boy. Now I can't take no.
It's that Chinese leader called.
She says that you're her man and she
Give me his phone number.
Then you tell me that you are all alone and why does no one else make me feel the way you do? It's a shame for us, but my heart is hooked on you. Well, you've been doing me wrong ever since I let you in, yeah.
Matt, for what time is it in your bed? Oh, you hear it?
In your bed, in your
baby. And baby, it's you. Baby, it's you.
See,
I got a bad baby.
oh, it's definitely still in
Baby,
your
it's
bed.
you. Baby, it's you. I got a bad baby. And baby, it's you. Baby, it's you.
Alright, still out there.
I got a bad baby.
But the vaccines
Baby, it's you. Baby, it's you.
definitely sorted a lot of things out, especially the deaths. Got to have. We live our lives. My wee nurse in Liverpool, she knows the score. She's been through it all, seen it all, done it all. She knows.
Alec, you got your feet up. Oh, I bet he did soon.
I seen the photo, but look, as if he's had a great day. Precious moments, Sue. And it's great being able to do that again. Because you've had a wee bad time, lately. And the grandkids will love you.
Sam had beef chow mein for his dinner the night. I made it.
Called George's Chinese. And I love it. Still want to taste Sue Ellis's bacon.
No, a cake.
Isn't it? I just think she's good. Yeah, still with your mask. No harm in that, Sue. We do as well. wee darling out of bed yet?
No.
She's staying in bed. You've got it, Sue.
That's you back, Sue.
Precious moments. I hated when you went to the caravan because you couldn't get a signal. And George kept saying, it's buffering, it's buffering, it's buffering. That's why I'm coming down to Oldham, Daz. You've been verbal jab.
We missed your wee videos, Sue, of George dancing.
Brilliant. And George on the decks. On the deck. He's only got one deck. They always play some great tunes. Remember that night, George? I love things like that. Sue's red t-shirt.
Not to talk about food, Julie says.
No, don't talk about food, George.
She's feeling a wee bit
delicate. Don't mention that red polo shirt to Sue. Is that my fault I sent you an extra large, or was it your fault, Sue Ellis? I still love that photo though, but I've got the best photo of you. I've not got it framed yet. I'll send her my Belden, Alec.
for Christmas.
Alec, it's in. I think Paul will appreciate that. Just in case of an emergency. Alec, ding ding.
Oh, Lady Fiona had a bell.
And you use it regularly. I can see our Marco being the man he is that would abide by a bell. Like Mike Georgie does.
Aye, but Lady Fiona had the bell.
Aye. Marco, I'm saying Marco would abide by something like that. Pat's Christmas present. A bell. Big TeeBee and Georgia. I know it's true, Ellis. It's strange, but a lot of people in the show family in the past few months have went through difficult times. A lot of people getting operations and things that they've waited for a while and things like that. It's not nice, but believe in yourself. You'll get there. You'll get through whatever's giving you problems eventually. We love you anyway.
So was my phone, Daz. It's just an old phone and it kept buffering. And Marie's phone. I'll need to get a new phone. I usually just get Tom's hand-me-downs.
Is that Marie got a Daz hand-me-down? Like Georgie gets my hand-me-downs. Technology
Oh, I'm crap.
can be the world's worst.
I'm rubbish.
When you're 60 odd year old, like most of us in the soul family, 50, 60, whatever, we weren't brought up in the technology era like the kids of today. So we've got to teach ourselves, and it's very hard for us. But I've always said, if you're having difficulty, ask your children or your grandchildren, because they will be able to, especially grandchildren, they will be able to tell you and show you and help you how to use technology. They are the best teachers in the world. That's why we love our grandkids. We teach them.
No, they teach me.
We teach them the right
I'm
from wrong.
absolutely rubbish at it.
They teach us technology. My mother-in-law bought the bell. Well, that's mother-in-law's for you. You're not allowed to say shut it, Tamara. I'll phone Pat. Maybe darling. Remember that day?
Aye.
When you never said darling. Pat says, darling.
Aye.
Correct, Mr. Alec McBride. And that's why I play that Marvin Gaye tune at the end of my shows every week. Makes us aware of what's going on, Julie. No, but Alec, you know where I'm coming from. We were not brought up in the technology era. And you've got to ask your kids. I've been lucky because I self-taught myself everything, technology-wise. I didn't ask anybody. I'm just a clever guy.
He tries to show me bits,
I bet I don't know. She has me a phone.
You don't want to be alone.
Eh?
You don't play that.
No. Oh, maybe did I? Oh, maybe did I? Talk to me.
I didn't notice.
Well, you've been doing me wrong ever since I let you in, yeah. But it's your love that brings me to nowhere. I've got a bad habit, baby.
Lisa Millett, Bad Habit. Masters at work.
Night, Daz.
Hey, Daz. Night, Anne-Marie. We'll be seeing you. Keep the hooch cold, Daz.
I love this.
Very hard to concentrate. We're talking.
Right, I've not got to talk.
Georgie's alright. It's not Georgie's fault, it's just because we've been talking about a subject. Can't really DJ like you want to do because you want to interact with the job, if you know what I mean. That's why I played that twice.
I never noticed.
If you don't make mistakes as a DJ, you will never be a DJ. That's a TV. That will eventually turn into a book, Mr. Alec McBride. If you write things down. I can't, just in case the police get it. forward to next year and coming to meet a lot of you guys out there that we've not seen before. That excites me, Georgie. Just to come and...
Me and Tommy are going everywhere.
If I'm going to do a Sunday night show from your house, I will give you warning. Because I will need good internet. And if you've not got McHugh's lager, McHugh's expert, I'll have to bring it with me. But apart from that, I can set it all up in half an hour and do it. How good is that going to be? If I can go around the whole family's houses and just do it on a Sunday night. Not from everybody's house, but from some people's houses. Be nice. And we'll keep it a secret.
It'll be like the postcode lottery. We'll just tap your door.
Aye. Or ring your bell. Oh no, it's Tam. Hide. It's Tammy Georgie, hide.
Oh no.
He's got his speakers and his controller, hide. Head on, we're not in. You just imagine that. Jethro Jones' favourite tune. 153 up here, Alex. And the stuff up by is 157. I don't care. Family's more important. Money's only a commodity.
George says he'll see he's got the ring through the camera. We'll get in the back door, George.
We can bypass that, George.
Get in the back door.
Send a delivery man up first. Sneak in after him. So I take it you're the young couple in the cul-de-sac, Sue and George. How good is that? At least you'll be there longer. Retired.
Oh,
Jimmy Bubber.
Corky and Shaz is back. Corky and Shaz back.
How's the booty cat? You do look young, Sue and George.
I only live for satisfying you.
For your age.
No other man can do the things you do. Ooh, baby.
I love that.
And I've got some great photos of George and Holiday. They really look chunky. Sure he was going in for Mr. Universe at the time, was he not, Sue?
Ooh, baby. It's your body.
If you've got the pension pot, retire as soon as possible.
Marco.
Live your life.
Marco, see on Thursday when I told them I was retiring, they were all devastated. They couldn't believe it. Older people than me that have been there longer couldn't believe it. I was like, yes.
The funny thing is, where we live in southwest Scotland, in the west of Scotland, your age of death average is 72 years. So they want us to work till we're 66. So what they're saying is, we work 50 years of our life to live another, what, 8 years. Do you think we're stupid?
No, we're not stupid.
50, 55. Got enough in your pension Get out.
Shaz is bad.
It's your body.
Is the cat alright, Shaz?
Where?
Shaz and Corky are back.
Hope the putty cat's alright. Vettel, sorry mate. Just another worry, Shaz, isn't it? Just like having a baby. Pets. They're worse than children.
That's what my daughter said to us today. I'll just have another week. When he watched Mum, I said, I don't think so.
Fucking try it.
She's 41.
Costs us enough money in grandchildren. That's Sue and George. How much have you spent in them grandchildren over the years? Unbelievable. That's a shame, Marco. Johnny Wood always says it. You're here to live a life. Just live it. But make decisions in your life
Mark.
that benefit you and not anybody else. It's a way to be.
Look, Mark says.
Yes.
That's what I'm doing, Mark.
We've sorted a lot of things out, Marco. Yes. We knew we had to do that. But prepare.
Like you say, life's too short.
And then do what you need to do.
I didn't want to work till I'm 66, 12 hour shifts all the time.
Nelly was. Who's Nelly?
Our dog.
Aye, but thinking because somebody Nelly. Who's Nelly, Alec Matt? I thought it was Linda Neville. No. We're all stupid with our grandkids. They're our world, Stu. You don't become parents until you get grandchildren. It's a fact of life.
We were grand and Mum was at 36.
35 of it.
You were 35, I was 36.
Youngest papa in Scotland.
Oh, definitely, George.
Best looking young kid. No one papa in Scotland that could DJ. I've lost the plot line.
Corky likes this, look, it's the dog's bollocks.
I did scare Corky. He was going away to Portugal for a dollar soul weekender, and he says, any chance you can throw some of the house music that you play on CD, I want to take it to Portugal. He's got open ears. That's the people I love. No tunnel vision. Open up your ears. I love you, Corky. Thanks, Chance. Last year, what do you call them? We Stevie Booth and Heavyweight. If you're Corky and Shaz, that's the first year Corky and Shaz went. always love you, Stevie B. I can't remember what event it was at. And he says to me, I really want you and Georgie to come to Portugal with me and Shaz and Corky next year.
I remember that guy.
He says, don't worry, Tom. He says, I've got the brass. That's what he says to me. I fucking love you, Stevie B.
But the COVID, wasn't it?
The COVID stopped it, aye. In love. When it's back here tonight,
That's yours.
when he's smoking something. It's 3 years, are they?
No, that's yours.
Says he's got about 5 fags burning in the ashtray. And I haven't even lit you yet.
It's time to start a revolution.
Let's have a revolution. Addy wants a revolution. I love Big Addy.
It's time to
He's
start.
murdering the phone, but I love him.
Aye, we would have fucking. Got to
It's
Portugal.
time
I
to
know.
start a revolution.
We will.
It's time to start a revolution.
Time to start a revolution.
Cheers, Alec. You having another whiskey?
It's time
I just feel sorry for the poor nurse when Alec gets to the hospital. They've got to drain it out of him. He drinks some whiskey, that man.
You drink some export.
Scotsman. One of us. He loves an export. And he picks some great music.
to start.
Pick some gold stars in, Georgie.
No, I've not picked them yet. I've got a list.
True, Alec. They'll never have what you had. And you couldn't explain to them. We've lived in an era that
Listen,
will be remembered for
we're not
a long, long time to come.
discriminating against
Kids of today, they'll not have what we had. Never in a million years.
to eliminate
Never.
all
This South Coast what was so point.
However,
Go ahead.
This South Coast so
Where's
point.
Marco?
to
Sit
appreciate,
naked.
Huh?
Sit
emancipate,
naked.
and to elevate one another. Can you dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't judge.
So what
Alec, Mark said he's talking to Marco. Marco's so close. It's Alec, Mark says it.
Alright.
That's not a bonny sight, Alec. I'm going to phone Pat.
fix this? Our young boys are killing each other without a single thought.
Or get you a carer.
It's no Alec, it's Marco.
Lord have mercy, the baby.
Alec, Mark says it.
Not a bit of that.
Soul Coast Soul Boy is
Alright.
Marco.
Where are our teachers and our community teachers? How if you hear?
Very hard for Georgie to learn. She's getting old. That's why she's retired. Next step's the old folks home.
No, it's not.
Ordered a wheelchair the other day. And incontinence pants just in case.
Well,
I keep threatening Georgie that I'm going to do the show naked one night soon. No, you won't. Yes, I will. I'm not going to see that.
Ruth, that's what it cost me. The wee woman in Benidorm. The wee scooter. What's her name?
Madge,
Madge. It cost me Madge.
but they gave that title to Kim Tompkinson because Kim had the wee scooter. So she got the Madge title, but Georgie's spitting there, smokes the fags, 300 fags a minute. So It'll not be long before she gets the scooter.
We love you, Daz and Anne-Marie.
I have to get a bank loan out to get the scooter, but okay. Wee match. We love that, Galliers. Anne-Marie and Daz. When you start smoking, Joey, I'll get the flame. A bunch of people in the show, well, I've actually stopped watching the show because I smoke fags.
But you didn't stop one.
Aye, but I used to try and hide it when I lit a fag because I thought it was annoying people in the show because I was smoking. I know it does. My wee nursery player,
Here, have a sweetie.
she got on to me a lot.
Have a sweetie.
I do what I do.
Stop some talking.
I'll never smoke as much as her. What was your favourite record for this mix, Corky?
Start a revolution.
Start a revolution. Bongo swing from Liverpool.
Somebody's gotta tell me how we're gonna fix this right now.
She wouldn't have won it. She's shite at bingo.
I never win anything. But Shaz Portland's never in.
Shaz is lucky.
She's lucky.
Half 12 months cutting. No.
Eh?
That's it.
To start a revolution. It's time to start a revolution. It's time to start a revolution. It's time to start a revolution.
Yeah. That's cool, Marco. We've all got our vices.
Vibrators.
When you
Rude.
start real quick. You'll make me redundant real quick. Talking about vibrators. Lucky phone the sex police.
At the bingo she's talking about.
All right. Thought it was one of them big black things that you've got in the wardrobe up the stair, George. So, ladies and gents, it's been another wonderful night. 300th show. And I'm so proud and happy to be here, still doing that.
Aye, we are.
And it's been a fantastic show. And Shaz Scott, we love you, Shaz, for your birthday. Going to leave you with a TeeBee mix of the greatest record ever recorded.
And I'm going down and pick 2
I'm
gold
delighted
stars.
to see each of you here tonight. I want to thank God
Got a video of you, Julie Holdsworth,
for
dancing with
allowing
us.
me to be here with you.
I'm going to save it for us. 65th birthday. We love you guys.
Lady Fiona
Very
wants
special.
Lady Fiona wants to get in the bingo session.
Let us rise up tonight with a greater readiness. Let us stand with a greater determination.
Oh, sorry to hear that, God.
Let us move on
That's a tribute.
I thought
in
it'd be
these
nice for you to hear it.
powerful days, these days of
Hope the Pussycat's okay, Cocky and Shaz.
Only
Cocky
when
and
it is
Shaz, we'll
dark
see you
enough
in 2
can
weeks'
2 weeks' time in Haydock, guys. We love you.
we want to be free.
Right on. Right on.
You done, Matt.
I've looked over.
You're welcome,
I've
Matt.
seen the promised land. I may not get
Thank
there
you,
with
Priscilla. Good to have you show
but I
down.
want you to know tonight that we as a people
No, we love
will
you,
get
North
to
Cocky.
the promised land.
We've got so much love to give.
Right on. Right on.
Thank you, Sue Ellis and George. Take care, guys. We love you.
Right on. Right on.
They made it so hard though for these gold stars.
Let us rise up tonight
Unbelievable.
with a greater readiness. Let
Night,
us
Priscilla.
stand with a greater
You too,
determination.
Ruth Claire. We love you, girl.
Let us move on.
And Ruth, we will meet you one day.
Aye, storm your door.
We'll be dancing. A bit of disco.
Live from Liverpool, TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show.
Whoa.
From Ruth Claire's living room.
Night, Ellis.
Good night, Ellis. We love you guys. Brother. No.
Oh,
It's a
no.
surprise. I'm not bothered if it's dirty. I'm not giving you bothered. It's part of the surprise. Hiya.
She'll probably not be in when we look at the
Can you
door.
imagine the folk will have heart attacks if I turn the bit door? Shit, I'm not cleaned up. Die. Take your time. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Right on. Right on. Right on.
Tell Pat we love her.
Happy birthday, Shaz, tomorrow.
But who are they to judge us? Simply because our hair is long. Thank you guys.
What a great night.
Brilliant night. 300th edition.
Here's to another 300.
Come on, talk to me.
Come on, talk to me.
You can't see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Right on. Right on. Right on.
Cheers, Corky, Shaz.
Cheers, Cocky, Shaz. We love you guys. You have a great birthday tomorrow, Shaz. Hope you're not working. Get all the family around. All them beautiful grandchildren. I knew she'd still be up.
Julie.
Maybe Pocket Rocket will not go to her bed until she hears Marvin.
Oh, it's Shaz that's saying no day off.
No, look.
Aye.
We love you, Julie. Harvey Lee and Ada. Great. Oh, you're not off tomorrow, Shaz?
No,
That's
no, it's our day off
Oh,
tomorrow.
your day off, right, cool.
her birthday.
So, we bid you good night, guys, and we love you all to bits, and thanks for your time. I think it was an absolutely fantastic show tonight, and your out-of-the-box tracks was different class, and I know how hard it is being a picker to
Oh, he's
to
wanting
try and-
tribute on late. Corky's wanting tribute.
Corky Corman. He's like that old drunk guy sitting in the pub going, one more time, one more.
I think it's actually Shan.
Aye, it will be Shaz.
It's Shaz.
It's because Corky never heard it.
Aye. Please, Tam, I love you. Indeed, I do.
Oh, aye, I bet you
That's
do.
not Corky, that's Shaz. Sorry.
Right.
Are we ready?
Well, we give a tribute to the love
I'll play it only if Corky dances.
music.
We knew it was you, Shaz.
You here with my man, Mr. Michael Robinson,
We're getting wise to it, Shaz.
Aye, we can.
Ron Carroll, and tonight is the night.
Get your own subscription, Shaz, so we know it's cheap.
Flow together.
No, I'm no. No, I'm no.
Come on.
Corky dancing.
It's a good record. He's sending you to bed.
She's got to video it.
I love, your love.
Yeah, you do.
We love you, Jules.
This wee room's full of love.
Love is in the air. If you feel that, raise your hands in the air. Let's do this thing.
Love it.
Come on. So much peace, so much love.
Oh, Corky.
Like back in the days. So clap your hands with us. Join in this tribute of
So good to
love,
see Corky
a
dancing.
sound of music together. Come on, y'all.
Here we go again. You know this world is crazy.
You never know.
And you just can't be lazy. Spend a little
Gonna do my
time
DJ
with
thing.
the one who loves you.
You never know.
That's where this world will lead you. Need a little air to get this weight off my shoulder.
Nowhere to run.
Let's make this love last longer. Out until the night where the light much brighter. And make my love much longer.
We need some love and sharing.
No brandies.
Have a good time together.
Georgie drinks there.
And if it's love you're feeling, let's have a good time together.
Thank you, Malcolm. And you've got a few now.
Let's have a good time together. And if it's love you're feeling, let's have a good time together. Come on.
That was some birthday. Ruth Clare. 14 bottles of brandy. And Georgie drunk 12.
Aye, right.
Your love, yeah, yeah. Woo! Whoa, your love, ooh,
Corky's
your
dancing.
love, it's my
Why
love.
does Corky be like this?
Oh, come on, y'all. Come on and sing it, Mike.
Out into the clouds and let the music take you.
Let down your head.
And let the music teach you. Time is moving on, it never stops for no one.
Let yourself go.
Oh,
Just wanna have
Alex,
some
stop
fun,
showing
y'all.
off.
Send
He's
me
slow.
some
Yes.
music, get this weight off my shoulders.
Well, you see the hard drives I've got.
Let this love
That's
last
showing off.
longer. Out into the night where the light much brighter. And make my love much
Don't get the stab.
We need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together. And if it's love
Alec Pack is the star. Because he looks after my wee Pat.
together. We need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together. And if it's love you're feeling, let's have a good time together.
Oh, definitely.
We need some hope and sharing. Let's have a good time together.
Sharing it, aye. Yeah.
bites, Alex.
Let's have a good time together.
They're only 40, 50 quid.
This love you're feeling. Let's
Hold
have
them.
a good time together. Raise your hands way up and let's feel good together. It's all right. Tonight it doesn't matter what you're wearing, what you get
Shaz
on,
Cole's
it doesn't
birthday.
matter. It's about that
This song
music.
at every house we got
If it's
here.
love that you're feeling, we can do this thing together. Because here we go again. You know the world has gone completely crazy. And you know in this world today, you can't even be lazy. Oh, yeah. But sometimes we need some air
Cocky
to
Cosmo
get this
lazy.
weight off our shoulders. You know what I'm
Neither
saying?
Shaz.
Let's make this love
Graft
last
us.
tonight. Let's make it feel all right. Do you feel all right? Let's do it.
Feel alright, Cocky?
Come
It
on.
does, Marco.
Yeah. Do you feel this thing tonight? And if you feel it, say yeah.
Keep his chips.
Say yeah.
That's what you get.
If you feel all right, come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Cheers, everybody. Happy dance.
I'll never forget the night in here with the Cars.
It's all
When
about
we played this.
the tribute to life, love, pursuit of happiness.
The place was
the whole
bouncing.
thing. It's about loving one another, sharing with
Look
one
at
another.
Martha.
It's about that thing that music
That's
brings
us,
together.
we're doing 'em.
All colors, all races, all creeds as
You're
one.
welcome, soon.
Come on and join with me. Let's go.
That's right, Alex.
I hope you enjoyed us tonight. The
Need
we so
tape.
enjoyed you tonight. Once again, thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming,
sharing
guys.
this tribute with us.
Tribute to the lovely
Good night.
Shaz Con. Here's to the next 300, Marco. Thank you, guys. It's been an absolutely special night. I love it a bit. And hopefully I'll be able to put up the, what do you call it, recorded show tomorrow for the people that missed it. Because it's been really, really good. And the tracks tonight have been excellent from us all. So until next week, I'm going to say good night, guys.
Love you all.
We do, we love you all. And we'll see you all hopefully soon.